Uhuru, Uhuru, comrades, welcome back to day two of the National Convention of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. I'm going to introduce the next section of our agenda in a moment. First, I just want to say what a powerful, powerful convention it has been so far. This is such a critical moment in history to be talking about reparations to African people, to be organized as white people under the leadership of Black Power. And, as we speak, Columbayi Andanet and the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, the African People's Socialist Party, are on the ground in Minneapolis, Minnesota, organizing, leading. So this is just such a crucial moment that we find ourselves at. And I can't think of a better place to be than right here in the National Convention. Make Wall Street pay reparations of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. So now we have two lively and dynamic items on our agenda. First, you know what? I'm remiss because I also wanted to say that if you're as moved as I am by this convention, hearing how we can be part of reparations, and you want to make that happen because you weren't part of the fundraising yesterday, or maybe you want to contribute more, I want to encourage you to go now to uhurusolidarity.org and pay reparations. There's a big red tab up in that screen there at uhurusolidarity.org. Go ahead, pay some reparations right now. Continue to build the reality of reparations, the liberated economy of the anti-colonial economy of African workers. So now we want to move to a cultural performance by a longtime Uhuru Solidarity Movement member, Paul Kessler, out of Spokane, Washington. Paul has been a member of USM for over 35 years. Here is our very own Paul Kessler.
Uhuru, I'm unable to screen share.
Okay. So we're having some technical difficulties, so bear with us for a moment. I want to just take this opportunity to reiterate, if you haven't already contributed, or if you want to contribute more reparations, you can go to uhurusolidarity.org and pay reparations. And it looks like Paul Kessler is on the stage. Take it away, Paul.
Uhuru, I am so pleased to be a part of this incredible convention. I want to give a major salute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela, the entire African People's Socialist Party, for having the vision and the courage to lead this incredible anti-colonial struggle for reparations, justice, and self-determination and Black power. And I want to thank so much for the opportunity to be a part of the struggle as a white man, as a colonizer, to be able to give my heart, my head, and my hands to support this struggle and to build it in the white community, a struggle for reparations, a true unity with Black power. I also want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess for her longevity and her incredible unwavering support of the African People's Socialist Party, and her demand from the white community that we support this movement, and Chair Jesse Neville for his leadership in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. So I want to provide a little culture. This song is called Desenfrenado. It means discord or disunity. It's kind of like an uneasy equilibrium in a relationship. And until the two parties unite under the same foundation and agree on the terms, there can be no getting rid of Desenfrenado. So I hope you enjoy this offering. And here we go. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Thank you so much, Paul Kessler, for that incredible performance. Really salute you, comrade. As comrade, I believe Kitty Riley said in the chat, you're a comrade of many different talents, including some carpentry work that you contributed to the Uhuru House. So really salute you, comrade. I was absolutely blown away by that. Welcome back, everyone. We want to get ready now to make your fashion wardrobe into a closet full of revolutionary propaganda by buying from Uhuru Planet Revolutionary Apparel. We turn now to Uhuru Planet Manager and member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Hallie Murray.
Uhuru, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Hallie.
Awesome. Well, hey everyone, my name's Hallie. I'm live from our studio in Somerville, Massachusetts, a place called the Artisans Asylum. And before we get to this sweet merch, we want to show you a quick 1-minute video that's just a nice picture of everything that we do. So I'll turn it over to that video. Is that okay? Great. Oops. All right. There's my video. Okay, so that was our video. We're also live on our Instagram at Uhuru Planet. So if you're not following us yet, you got to do that. So we only have 15 minutes here and we want to sell a lot of stuff to get it to you. So can you guys see me okay? I don't know if my video's
confirming, yes.
Working. Okay. All right, so let's get to it. So just again, want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Ona. We work under her leadership. This is an institution of Black Star Industries. Want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess of APSC and ORED Director Kitty, who I've now started working in the Office of Reparations and Economic Development, reporting to them. I've learned so much from these comrades who've worked decades building the institutions. So we are a clothing line and institution of the African People's Solidarity Committee. And our mission, the more shirts you buy today, the sooner that APSC can buy solidarity centers around the country, especially in St. Louis, to have an event space, a permanent building where we can have not just a storefront, but do events. So how it's gonna work today is I'm gonna say a bunch of things. You wanna type the word, if you want something that you wanna buy, I'm gonna email you an invoice later. You gotta type sold and then the item name. And then if it's an apparel item, you got to say your size. So I know which size. We can customize anything between extra small up to 5XL, all inclusive. So we're going to get started. Nice. Paul got your gear. All right. So our first display is this cute little stand that our member here, EB Dollar in Somerville, made this stand. So our first one is Reparations Now button, $2. So put sold Reparations Now button. Honestly, if there's only one thing you get today, let it be this. I get so many comments on this. And just to say, anyone that spends over $50 today will get a free one of these. So if you want one of these, you may as well just spend $48 more. So type sold Reparations Now button. Our next one is the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations button. So type sold Wall Street button for $2. The button of our campaign. These are laser cut wood magnets that I made. They're really nice. It's a great give back for a comrade. You want to appreciate them. So type sold USM magnet. These are $10. And these red, black, and green flags are just $5. So type sold RBG flag. And if I'm going too fast for you, just ask in the comments, what'd you say? We have our comrades, James and Johan, who are in the chat, going to help you. And then, what's on the back? We got more. So this is an Uhuru Planet patch. I screen printed these myself. There's a screen print press like right behind this wall. So this says Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. This is $5 to type sold Uhuru patch.
10 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not going to get to everything, but these, yeah. And then this patch down here asking about the burning spear, great for your propaganda for selling the spear. This is $5 type sold spear patch. And then these earrings, teal earrings made by EB Dollar, our member right here in Somerville, type sold teal earrings. These are all $20. So this is teal earrings, green earrings, yellow earrings type sold. If you're interested, these are custom made. So now we're gonna get to our nice. Mads has got the teal earrings. So our on me, who am I? What am I wearing? So a Uhuru Planet t-shirt. You gotta represent your favorite apparel line. These are $25. It's heat transfer vinyl. A really nice white t-shirt. So type sold Uhuru Planet shirt for $25. This black beret is just $12. These are from this wool. It's really nice and warm, but also light enough to wear like in the summer. These are from the Office of Deputy Chair, and these are $12. So type sold black beret. And let's get to our merch here. So if you're a member of USM and you don't have one of these, make this be the last day of your life where you never have a shirt. So get one of these. This is USM t-shirt black. So type these are $22. Type sold USM shirt black, sold USM shirt white. These are both $22. We also have it as a hoodie. Okay, this is really nice. I've worn mine literally every day for the last 2 years. I need to make another. Most of our hoodies today are $40. So type sold USM hoodie, and don't forget to say your size if you're interested in that. We also have our USM tote bags. The tote bags are $10. This one is the logo, and then this other, so type sold USM tote bag. And this one I screen printed, just another style, really nice canvas, just says Reparations Now. We have this in like a dark maroon, also a black color. You can type sold Reparations Now tote. So I want to make sure we get to everything here. I did want to show some journals made by our comrade Wendy Craig out in San Diego. Really appreciate her. So we're going to show two different kinds. We have over 50 on our website, uhuruplanet.com, but both of these today, there's 4 of each in like a limited edition. So this first one is a commemorative March for Reparations journal. These are both $25. Beautiful, like inside cover pages, like so nicely made. Type sold March journal. This is $25. And then for the Instagram people here, this one is also $25, also limited of 4. So make sure you get one. Commemorating Marcus Garvey and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, 2 profound African revolutionaries. Type sold Chairman Journal, and this can be yours today. All orders come with a free bookmark, which is our new part of our t-shirt advertising. And how many pages? I'm not sure the number, but this many, if that helps. So they're a little bit on the skinny side, but really nice, fit in your hand really well. We also, just to shout out, if you don't have this book yet, Overturning the Culture of Violence, it is more pages than you think. Book by Chairman Penny Hess. These are $22. Type sold Overturning Violence, and we'll mail this out to you, as well as Chairman Amalia Shatela's book, Vanguard. This is the newest political report. We have a ton of these to distribute, so type sold. This is 30. Type sold Vanguard. We'll hook you up with this. So where are we here? All right, so we got a lot of new things today. So new custom items. What is this wall behind me? I bet you're all wondering what's happening here. So our first one, our first apparel item, really want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess for this incredible donation. This is a vintage jumpsuit straight from the closet of Chairwoman Penny Hess. It's a dark green color. This is $80. This is vintage from the 1970s. It's a size small. If your height 5'4" to 5'7", bust 35 to 37 inches. So a women's fit, but anyone could probably fit this. The back says, "I support reparations to African people," in gold. There's like a little grunginess there, but it's really nice overall. And the front that says Uhuru. So I printed these right here. You gotta get this. So
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Thank you. And just a couple other announcements. A lot of our new stuff, we're gonna launch it on our site tomorrow at noon Eastern time. So if you didn't like these new hoodies here, we're also open for wholesale distribution. So we are launching that officially at this convention. If you're interested in getting our merch, at a discount that you can buy in bulk to sell to raise money for your branch, for your institution, we've been working on that. I really salute Johan. We made these hang tags, so when you hang them up in your store, people can learn about us, learn about APSC. So just say in the chat if you're interested, and we can be in touch with you to get Uhuru Planet merch stocked in your shop, in your bookstore, and your outreach table. So what else? This Uhuru Means Freedom pink hoodie. This is like a salmon pink. It's really pretty with these gold triangles I made. So this is, these are $40. They're really soft, really like pink. Who doesn't love a pink hoodie? This one is type sold Uhuru pink, and we will get this to you. This is a size medium for this one. So our next designs here, I'm gonna keep moving. This design here, no justice on stolen land, Turtle Island occupied since 1492. This comes as a black hoodie here, and a warm gray. This is like my favorite color shirt, a warm gray t-shirt. So type sold Uhuru, sorry, so many things. Type sold turtle t-shirt, and let us know your size. And we also have it in a hoodie. Can you only type I think so, Mara. Emojis on a phone. What else? So this, and again, say if we really don't have time. We really miss tabling at the event in person. It's our biggest event of the year, and we love talking to people and like trying on your size, but we only have a few minutes left. So please shop more at our shop. We could really use your support. If you are a member of USM, this is your institution. This is your t-shirt shop that, we've won members from wearing our shirts. We've won resources. We've turned heads with this one. This is actually our most popular, according to our Instagram post. It says all white people owe reparations to African people. So we have this ongoing as a t-shirt, a long sleeve, or a hoodie. And then this is one of one. Okay. This is hot orange with hot yellow. It's kind of just crazy colors, but it looks amazing. So this is $40. If you want this orange hoodie, this is our garish hoodie, size medium, type sold orange, and it's yours. There's only one, okay? But we have a couple more in slightly different colors. We can get that to you. This like beautiful pink fuchsia, it's a crew neck, so it's not a hoodie. This is $30, and it says in like a silver reflective text, it just says reparations now. So if you're into, it's a nice combination of like bold color with small text, but a bold message as well. So that is $30. It's a size fuchsia crew neck, size small. These are upcycled, but they're brand new. That's $30. So type sold fuchsia, sold fuchsia crew neck, and that is yours. Mad says you want that, so you got to get it. If you're also interested in something that we don't have time to to go over here, say it in the chat and I will hit you up and we can customize what, different color or size or design. So we are open to that. Just email us, and Mads, we can definitely make you a hot pink hoodie that says that if you want in your size for sure. So then we also have our revolutionary leaders at the top here. These are custom made. Also want to shout out James White, who helped design these some years ago. So these come in all sizes, small through 5XL, in black or white t-shirt. So you can say sold Che, sold O'Malley, sold Ella, or sold Hugo, and your size, and we will get you that. Yes, Kota, tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern, we'll have mostly our like custom one-of-one items. We have a batch of about 10 that we made this weekend, and we will put them up there. So, and the colors are so bright, the photos like didn't even come out because it's just like hurts your eyes, but in the best way possible. So, I hope I'm not going over time. Oh, another
time.
Okay, well, I had about 400 more items to show you today. So thank you for this. Please check out our site, uhuruplanet.com. And thank you for letting us be part of this incredible convention. Uhuru comrades.
Wow. Uhuru, Hallie, that was so fantastic. Leave them wanting more, right? That's how I felt. Gosh, I would like to buy your whole inventory. Got to spread it around. So, all right, let's see where we are. Comrades, that was just fantastic. We had wonderful culture from Paul Kessler, wonderful Uhuru Planet presentation from Hallie Murray. Now we turn to a really important workshop called Material Solidarity is the Highest Expression of Unity Through Reparations. We believe material solidarity is the only genuine stance of solidarity that white people can take with the African Revolution. The Uhuru Solidarity Movement is responsible for raising reparations each year to support the work of the African People's Socialist Party and return the stolen wealth to African people. This workshop will be led by the National Vice Chair and Treasurer of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Amanda Carlozzi, and will feature Kitty Riley, Director of the Office of Reparations and Economic Development of APSC, and Maureen Wagner, who chairs the Grants Committee in the Office of Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshatela. Uhuru, comrades, take it away.
Uhuru, thank you, Jamie. Thank you for that introduction. I really appreciate the opportunity to give this presentation today. My name is Amanda, and I'm honored to be the Vice Chair and the Treasurer of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, fighting every day for reparations and material solidarity to the African Revolution. This has been an amazing conference, and I want to salute the presentations from our leadership yesterday as well as earlier today. This year has been characterized by a struggle by the party for USM to take everything we're doing to the next level. I salute the chairman and deputy chair who have struggled for us to think big, go to the money sector, and move with confidence that the billions of dollars in stolen African wealth can and will be liberated into the hands of African people if we do our jobs as the Solidarity Front of the African Revolution. Next slide. As far back as 2016 in the chairman's January political report to the APSP plenary of that year, the chairman lays out the role of the APSC and USM in this period to go to the ruling elites, white wealthy people, and corporations. So I'm quoting the chairman here: reparations is key to the work of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and the committee has conducted this work almost since its inception in various ways. This is critical. This is the work, the material solidarity, that distinguishes APSC from white liberal colonizers. As the crisis of imperialism deepens and the historical pendulum swings more decisively in the direction of the colonized, the work of APSC must also boldly include struggles with moneyed sectors of the colonizer nation, including corporations in the demand for reparations to Africans. This APSC work must direct the reparations towards Black Star Industries, the party's economic component that is busy working to construct an independent anti-colonial African economy, even as the struggles unfold that will permit African workers to reclaim for our own benefit the stolen resources of the colonial expropriators, end quote. So the chairman laid it out for us. That was from 2016, and we salute him for his profound leadership. Next slide. I also want to salute Deputy Chair Onezne Yeshitela, who is paving the way for the emergence of the independent anti-colonial African working class economy. On the slide, you see a quote from an interview that you could read in The Burning Spear, where she said, "Colonial capitalism is a parasite that feeds off the resources of the colonized people. And when the colonized African working class builds our own economy, it is a revolutionary act that we are carrying out," end quote. Deputy Chair leads the revolutionary work of building an African workers' economy. And we salute Deputy Chair's leadership over all of the movements, including the Solidarity movements. Deputy Chair has called on us to ask the question, what will our legacy be? And that's why we're building the Reparations Legacy Project. Next slide. I salute the chairwoman of APSC, Penny Hess, who has been fighting for reparations since the chairman formed APSC in 1976. Chairwoman Penny and the veterans of APSC have defined what it means to internalize material solidarity as the true revolutionary stance for white people under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. Next slide.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I also want to salute the director of the Office of Reparations and Economic Development, Kitty Riley, as well as all of the members of ORED, who will provide invaluable leadership to the material solidarity work of USM. And we'll be hearing from Director Kitty and Maureen in this presentation today. Salute to Maureen as well. And we work closely under ORED's leadership to receive leadership on the best practices, protocols, political direction on how to carry out the work of reparations. Next slide. And last but not least, I salute the chair of USM, Jesse Neville, whose political leadership over USM is what makes the work that we do possible. Jesse is leading the Reparations Legacy Project and the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaigns and struggles every day for USM to carry out the party's mandates of reparations to African people. Next slide. This year, our work is going to be defined by the campaign and plan for Make Wall Street Pay Reparations, Go to the Moneyed Sector, Build the Reparations Legacy Project Conference, and win wealthy white people and corporations to turn over stolen resources as reparations. You've heard about the amazing work of the Reparations Legacy Project to win donors, apply for grants, hold demonstrations, and many other things to win resources. And reparations means repairing the damage, returning the stolen wealth, and funding Black liberation, paying into the independent African working class economy that the party is building. It's not an act of charity that we do to improve our own feelings about ourselves. It's tied to the dual and contending political, economic power in the hands of African people so that they have power over their own resources to feed, clothe, and house themselves. Next slide. You heard from Deputy Chair about the amazing institutions the party has created, including the Black Power Blueprint, which not only encompasses the Uhuru House, the Community Garden, Vendors Market, and the Fourplex, but will also include the Storefront Retail Center, the African Independence Workforce Program, the Uhuru Jiko Community Commercial Kitchen, the basketball court, and so much more. The Black Power Blueprint has already transformed the political landscape of North St. Louis with the recent amazing election campaigns of Chicharo Masimba and President Kalambai and Annette. The African working class, through the Uhuru movement, has taken control of long abandoned properties left to rot by city policy and turned them into cultural and political hubs for the community. Next slide. And this is part of an international network of over 50 Black Power institutions, including Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, pictured here, Uhuru Foods and Pies, Burning Spear Newspaper and Media, Zenzele Consignment, Uhuru Planet, and so much more. All are a part of this independent African anti-colonial economy that does not just exist side by side with capitalism, but contends with it. These institutions, because of the leadership of Chairman, Deputy Chair, and the People's War Committee, thrived over the past year because of the deep political support from the African community and supporters who refused to let the businesses get shuttered just because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Through fundraisers, donors, and innovative strategies for sales and marketing, these institutions were able to exceed their growth of previous years. That's the party in action, and that is African internationalism. Next slide. Last year, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement raised more in reparations than in any previous year, and we want to sincerely thank and appreciate all of the members and sustainers of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement who, despite financial challenges, made it a priority to continue sustaining the party's work and took a genuine and profound stand of revolutionary reparations. So we salute all of you. Next slide. At the end of last year, we hosted the 24-hour Giving Tuesday telethon to raise funds for the African Independence Workforce Housing Program, Fourplex Apartment, which featured Deputy Chairman, Alikia Ngoma, and other African musical artists, and many party and APSC speakers, some of which you can see pictured here. The event raised over $10,000 in just 24 hours to complete the renovation of the Fourplex apartment for the African Independence Workforce Program.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
Oh, thank you. During the program, the chairman and deputy chair announced that the apartments would be named for African freedom fighters and political prisoners. It was a moving and dynamic program. Next slide. We switched gears because we were not able to hold in-person events and held a 6 city-wide March for Reparations to African People, which took place in every region and raised $25,000 through online funding and won support from over 500 donors. Next slide. You'll hear more about the Reparations Challenge from Leah later. And this is another profound way that you as USM members have used your skills and talents to raise reparations, including Leah's own reparations treatments, and more recently, the Rock for Reparations event by Mary, which you will also hear about later. Next slide. Another profound campaign is the Birthday for Reparations campaign. This is where you celebrate your birthday by donating to the African People's Education Defense Fund. And I want to salute Monica, Ron, and Janet, who do an amazing job coordinating this campaign. Next slide.
Uhuru, time.
Thank you. Should I finish?
Yeah.
Our convention is always one of our biggest fundraisers, and we appreciate everyone that's donated so far yesterday and today, which got us to our current total of a little over $25,000 for the year. So that's really incredible, and I salute all of you. Next slide. Give St. Louis Day. So last year we raised the most of any year so far for APEDF, over $5,000 for the Black Power Blueprint, and we plan to surpass that this year. Next slide. In 2021, the plan is to go to the moneyed sector and raise over $250,000 to the work of the African People's Socialist Party. Next slide. So how we're going to do it, it's going to take your support and involvement in all of these things. The Reparations Legacy Project will conduct outreach to the white wealthy population through media, grants, events, and more, developing relationships and building connections. We're going to continue building the Reparations Challenge and the birthday fundraisers, the culture of reparations, and we're going to hold the Days of Reparations to African People and the March for Reparations campaign. We will conduct another 24-hour telethon to raise funds for reparations. And of course, we're going to continue to grow our sustainer and membership base and build branches in every region of the US and beyond throughout the world. All of this and more is attainable with your involvement and with your handprint on this process. We can go way past $250,000 and be on the road to raising millions and billions of dollars in reparations. Next slide. So this is what you can do. You can join one or more of these committees: the Reparations Legacy Project Committee, the Birthday Fundraisers Committee, the Reparations Challenge Campaign, which does need a coordinator, and you of course can host your own Reparations Challenge. You can build a day of reparations to African people in your city, and you can build a branch of USM in your city. So if you're interested in joining this work in any of these campaigns, or you want more information, let us know in the chat, or you can email us at info@uhurusolidarity.org. So now it's my honor to turn it over to Kitty Riley, who is the director of the Office of Reparations and Economic Development, who will talk about the incredible work coming from the leadership of the party in building the economic front of the African Revolution and our role as white people in building reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Uhuru, thank you, Amanda, for that warm welcome. And I want to salute your report, and also Uhuru Solidarity Movement Chair Jesse Neville's leadership, and the USM National Steering Committee and membership for this incredible conference. I'd like to, okay, great. You got my PowerPoint up. I want to salute my leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella, and I speak for all the members of the Office of Reparations and Economic Development in our profound appreciation for the chairman, his theory of African internationalism that has given us a role and responsibility behind enemy lines in the African Revolution for the destruction of colonialism, the enemy of all humanity. I also want to acknowledge and salute ASI Secretary General Loezi Kinshasa and Chairman Tafari and Occupied Tanzania for their profound presentations today. Next. I speak for myself and all of ORED in a profound salute to Deputy Chair Onezene Shatella, who has impacted our lives more than I can say in this short time. We feel deep revolutionary love for DC and the chairman for all they have given us as human beings in this journey of building solidarity with the African Revolution. ORED, works directly under the brilliant leadership of Deputy Chair to carry out, the party's goals for all the fronts assigned to us. ORED also ensures that the commitments of material solidarity from APSC are met and exceeded. Reparations with the Uhuru movement institutions is revolutionary work to overturn our violent history as Euro-Americans. Next. ORED salutes APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess, who has led APSC under the party's leadership since 1976. It was in 1985 that Chairwoman Penny threw down to consolidate African internationalism in APSC. She led the solidarity movement to internalize African internationalism as our own, moving the Solidarity Committee away from a more charity politic of just raising resources now and then based on an event or a campaign, or the party having to ask. Under the party's leadership, Chairwoman Penny led APSC to open ongoing institutional work that would bring resources every day as a stance of reparations. We soon built Uhuru Foods and Pies, doing food concessions all over the Bay Area and Northern California. We opened Uhuru Furniture in Oakland, worked a coffee and baked goods cart in Philadelphia, and then opened the second Uhuru Furniture store. And after the Uhuru Bakery Cafe was open, the Uhuru Pies and baked goods really took off. This was the division of labor created by the party during the height of the US counterinsurgency against the Black Power movement and African working class community as a whole. About 12 years ago, APSP Deputy Chair Onezene was assigned to strategically lead the party's economic work, and the rest is history. APSC had hit a brick wall. We had limited the growth of the institutions by carrying out a mom and pop model. When the deputy chair of the party took them over, they became professional institutions to develop, to be reproduced in every African community across the country or world. And you can see the profound advances under Deputy Chair's leadership from her brilliant report on yesterday. The party's institutions are rooted in the party's goals of building an independent, worldwide, liberated, anti-colonial strategy that is being developed in the process of African working class self-government. Next. I don't think the slides, oh, okay, thank you. ORED Executive Committee is comprised of members of APSC that have been under the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella from 30 to 43 years. This is tremendous training the chairman put in the bank during the period of the counterinsurgency war against the African working class. I chair ORED. It's an honor to chair ORED. Allison is our Secretary General of APSC, Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles. Maureen is Uhuru Foods and Pies Director and the Grants Team Leader. Janice is leads Uhuru Foods and Pies St. Pete, plays leading roles in Uhuru Foods and the Grants, AOBS, and is the financial manager of ORED. Stephanie is the project manager of ORED, and leads Uhuru Furniture in Oakland. Our other members are Janine, Uhuru Furniture, Raya, Black Power Blueprint, Ruby, Uhuru Furniture, Renee, Black Power Blueprint Appreciation, Donor Appreciations, Kara, Uhuru Foods and Pies, Opa, in the One Africa, One Nation markets, Joe in Uhuru Furniture, Wendy in the grants team, Pete in Uhuru Foods and Pies. And we have many, many incredible volunteers that we are welcoming into our new structure where we have open ORED meetings. Next slide.
5 minutes.
As our reparations assignments, the solidarity members in the party's institution must lead, advance strategies of deputy chair, building campaigns, and spin-off entities to constantly adapt to the political climate of a declining colonial capitalism and rising anti-colonial movement and African resistance. We carry out party strategy to build institutions as the political, economic, and cultural hubs of the party's regions and win and influence a broad base of unity with African self-determination. Producing Enzo, African Home Decor, and Uhuru on the Move, a moving company, visions of deputy chair. They are a reality today. Next. We have deep roots in the community of the Bay Area. The colonial virus and pandemic pushed us to implement various strategies called for by deputy chair, go to the people, deeply win these institutions driven and led by African self-determination. Uhuru Furniture began going live and doing online sales to promote and expand our shopping community. Next, Uhuru Furniture carried out the mandates to build the APDF donor base through GoFundMe and Giving Tuesday, developing a real donor program under the protocols established by Africans 1 billion strong. Uhuru Foods is doing the same. Next. Solidarity. Next. Thank you. Okay, good. Solidarity has the honor of working in and developing Uhuru Foods and Pies with West Coast Party regional leaders, navigating the pandemic by building relationships. Is this slide 8? Yeah. Uhuru Pies expanded the strategy to sell pies and handheld products in markets. APSC and Uhuru Foods and Pies participated in deepening old relationships and opening up new relationships with foundations, businesses, and community farmers. Keep this. BSI, important partnerships have been built with Cliff Bar, Humblesea Brewery, Steph Curry's Eat, Learn, and Play Foundation, and more. This led to the expansion of production to meet the challenge of baking and distributing 1,000 pies in one day for Christmas with the Currys in Oakland. These relationships are unfolding based on the recognition of the influence of the party and the Uhuru movement in Oakland since the late 1970s. We got Bakri there with Steph Curry from the Golden State Warriors. Next slide. AOBS, Africans 1 billion strong, explodes with rising consciousness from resistance of the African working class. The party's leadership brought about a tremendous increase in donors to every front of the party. Many donors are finding the party and recognizing the programs of the Black Power Blueprint as creating real change and empowering the African working class completely. Many are donating to the party's institutions because they want to support African self-determination. Next slide. We now have donors from 6 countries, 35 US states, and 141 cities. We're seeing advances from institutionalizing the donor recognition, retention, and appreciation program, and building teams throughout every Uhuru entity to carry out the program, to respond to the influx of donors, and stewarding them to deeper unity, increased participation, and donations. Next. When COVID hit and all the economic development institutions closed, Deputy Chair called together the mighty Grants Steering Committee that carried out the party strategy to go to the moneyed sector. They moved with urgency, expressing deep unity with reparations. We will hear from Maureen and the significant work in the next presentation. Next slide. ORED has the profound honor of working in the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis, Missouri. Chairwoman Penny does, US members also do. This is under the leadership of Deputy Chair and St. Louis leadership, party leadership Tachara Masimba. This is the party Center for Deepening Dual and Contending Power. The Black Power Blueprint is seizing territory, fighting the corrupt ruling class, exposing and defeating neocolonialism. APSC has the assignment as project manager and to raise reparations in the millions, transferring the stolen resources in our communities back to the African working class that now, as the chairman has summed up, has the benefit of its own party that's leading in the struggle to seize liberated territory, to build communities that are fighting for community control of all aspects of economic, political, and social life, that's pushing back gentrification. As the chairman says, the party is negating colonialism in every way, and we participate in that fully. Next slide. First on the agenda is raising reparations to install the mural on the side of Mr. Gary's house in the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace in Gary Brooks' Black Power Community Garden, and building the Black community-controlled basketball court. Next. And our next goal is raising reparations to build the Black Power Blueprint African Women's Health Facility. This is all going to be on West Florissant Avenue. It's a contiguous 5-6 blocks of the Black Power Blueprint that has truly transformed one of the most, oppressed and depressed African communities in this country, a real symbol of parasitic capitalism that has fed our white communities, not only in St. Louis, but all over the world. And we are really encouraging people right now to join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, to join the Office of Reparations and Economic Development, be part of this exciting, dynamic work that's happening right now for the past 4 years. It's the center of the African Revolution. The party is winning. The party will win. Unity with reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Kitty, wow. Thank you so much for that presentation. It's so powerful to see the work and the growth just from the past year. So it's now my honor to introduce Maureen, who's a longtime member of APSC out in Oakland and a member of ORED, who's been doing incredible work as the coordinator of the Grants Committee under Deputy Chair's leadership for this past year. And the Grants Committee works closely with the Reparations Legacy Project in USM, and we deeply appreciate their leadership and their work. So, Uhuru, Maureen.
Uhuru, Amanda, thank you for that introduction. And I want to salute ORED Director Kitty. I am honored to work under her leadership in the Office of Reparations Economic Development. Next slide. Next slide. I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, just incredible leadership, building African internationalism. And that leads all of the work that we do in the Grants Committee and all the solidarity work. And he called on us several years ago to go to the moneyed sector, and this is a part of that strategy. And I want to echo Kitty, ORED Director Kitty's sentiments and a salute to Deputy Chair, under whose leadership we work. Deputy Chair struggled with us for years to do grants and bring in more money. And as she said, work smarter, not harder. And her leadership of the Black Power Blueprint is what has enabled some of the foundations and supporters to finally loosen up some resources. Uhuru, Deputy Chair. Next. I want to salute APSC leader, Chairwoman Penny Hess, who is always been on the forefront of the question of material solidarity and organization under the African working class. The leader of APSC, just profound to work under APSC leader Penny Hess. And I want to salute Jesse Neville and this entire convention and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement Steering Committee and all the comrades on the teams. The reports in this convention have been amazing. So I just want to salute all of you. So next, so in 2019, the grants team was finally formed under Deputy Chair's leadership. And we have a committee that is under Deputy Chair's leadership, works with Deputy Chair, who leads us almost daily on this grants work. I lead that committee. Janice is the vice chair, and Wendy Craig is our project director. And as we heard yesterday in the Reparations Legacy project report, Leah has joined the exec team and meets with the exec team every single week. She is doing two things in that capacity. As her USM work, she is bringing the grants work to the Reparations Legacy Project and bringing grants back to the Office of Deputy Chair's grants team. And in fact, right now we are working on a grant that Leah found that we missed. So just really want to salute Leah for that work and the team that she's building. Next. So reparations, grants as reparations, as our Director Kitty said, the chairman especially during the time of the counterinsurgency, built the leadership of APSC, trained us, and said he was putting that training into the bank. And this work of doing the grants was part of unleashing that training and bringing those resources back to the party and to the African working class, and using skills that we have gotten from the white community, from our jobs, from sitting on the pedestal for the African Revolution. So while we might not say reparations in a grant application, we know that this is an avenue to secure reparations, and that it's building an African revolutionary strategy under the leadership of the African working class. So while the campaign to make Wall Street pay reparations goes forward, we can apply for grants. So there is no excuse for Wall Street, the corporations, et cetera, not to have an avenue to contribute resources right now through this path. And as I said, we work under the brilliant leadership of Deputy Chair, and we are working to bring every skill we can from the bourgeoisie to this work, find other white people who might have skills, and if we don't have them, find organizations, workshops that can help bring these skills, even asking the foundations to provide technical leadership on how to do the grants. Next.
Through 5 minutes.
Thank you. So before 2020, there was a history of doing grants, and here are some of the projects that were funded, including the first projects of the Black Power Blueprint, the garden, and the trees that were planted there. Next slide. So 2020 was a breakout year for the movement for grants. In the spring of 2020, when all the parties' economic fronts had to shut down to protect the resources of the parties, to protect the people, the party formed the People's War Commission. And it had 8 committees, and the Grants Committee was one of those committees. And Deputy Chair mobilized us to bring in all the resources we could at that time. So the grants team applied to local, state, and county and federal governments and corporations to get relief funds. And we continued working on the grants that were already in progress at the time. Next. So just to say that the African working class and African people were never meant to have any of this money that's in the grants or that's in the relief funds. As the chairman has said, the U.S. economy was in crisis before the pandemic, and the so-called relief funds that have come from the CARES Act and several other acts that have come since that were not meant to relieve the people. They were actually meant to prop up imperialism. So because of the organization of the party and the leadership of Deputy Chair, we were able to win some of those relief funds and open up resources also for party members and staff of the institutions. Next. Because of the leadership of the party and because of the rebellions of the African working class following the murder of George Floyd in 2020, there was a lot of resources that were opened up. And we worked to get access to those resources. The party had already influenced specific partners like Cliff Bar, a corporation in the Bay Area, who not only made a large donation, but publicized it. We did find that most of the funds that were put forward were either designed to build the businesses that were putting them forward or to prop up an alternative to the African Revolution. Next. Working under Deputy Chair's leadership, Deputy Chair brought all the party organizations together to also get grants for their areas of work. We met with representatives from the Uhuru movement organizations during the People's War Commission period, and after that created a monthly commission to continue to work together under Deputy Chair's leadership to enable other parts of the Uhuru movement to bring in resources. So all these organizations, and PETM, ANWO, APDEP, Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Burning Spear, Uzi, Decolonize, Zenzele, Black Power 96, and Uhuru Planet had grants that they applied for or funds that they applied for. Next.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
There was some success with resources for APDF and BSI. Next. Our biggest victory in the grants was under the Black Power Blueprint, under Deputy Chair's leadership. A team of 8 people were put together to write a grant to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And that was a grant to open the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market in St. Louis, which we can say was funded and is going to be opening on June 5th under the leadership of Director Tacharwa. Next. So in 2021, we are collaborating, the grants team and the Reparations Legacy campaign are collaborating. We want to fund the Black Power Blueprint, every aspect of it. We want to win millions for reparations from grants and from donors, and join the grants team, make Wall Street pay reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Maureen. Thank you, Kitty. I really appreciate this opportunity to present today to the USM convention. And we want to call on everybody watching to get involved, join any of the committees that you heard about today, and be part of raising the hundreds of thousands, millions, billions of dollars in reparations, because everything is owed to African people and everyone has unique skills that they can use in any of these areas. So if you are interested in joining, please let us know in the chat, in Facebook, YouTube, or email us at info@uhurusolidarity.org to get involved. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades, thank you everyone for that incredibly powerful workshop. We want to open it up now for discussion, and I have been informed we have only 5 minutes for this discussion, but we want to open it up now. Don't everyone speak at once.
This is Penny. Yeah, I just really wanted to salute this workshop. And I want to salute Amanda for taking on, just the work, the economic work of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and the leadership that you bring to that under the Office of Deputy Chair, Onizane Shatella. And I definitely want to salute Comrade Kitty, who leads the Office of Reparations and Economic Development, and Maureen, who leads up the Grants Committee, again, under the amazing Office of Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella, and just really powerful. And all the comrades who are members of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, who work in the furniture stores or in the Uhuru Foods and Pies or other institutions, also as a really powerful stand of reparations to African people. So Uhuru, great workshop.
Uhuru, thank you, Chairwoman Penny. Any other comments, discussion, questions for these comrades about this incredible workshop? All right. Oh, it looks like Mara has her hand up. Mara, did you have a question? Comment, discussion.
Yeah, just I guess if it's a discussion, I just wanted to just really deeply appreciate the strategy. It's incredible to see the grants committee moving, and I'm just really looking forward to watching that build. And I'm also very excited to see Uhuru Planet come under the umbrella of Black Star Industries, and just under your leadership, DCONA, and all of the grants committee is just going to be incredible. So I just really salute you and this whole strategy. So Uhuru, thank you.
Uhuru, I thoroughly
also want to salute the whole strategy of Deputy Chairs and of winning the USDA grant for the farmers market on the north side of St. Louis, and to be able to see how this program for economic and political power in the hands of the African working class that's grounded by the incredible 25-foot flagpole with the 50-foot flag flying every day. And that is going to be the context, the environment of this incredible farmers market that's going to be changing, the terrain of North St. Louis. Can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
Uhuru comrades. This is Ona. I just really, really want to appreciate this. Maybe I'm on post. I can't start my video if it's okay. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I just really want to appreciate this workshop. When I just look at all the work that has been done, and these reports do not, let me just say, these reports do not reflect all the work that these comrades are doing. We don't have enough time in 15, 30 minutes to say, everything that these comrades are doing in each department. And it's tremendous. I was in the Black Power Blueprint Steering Committee meeting last Thursday. And, I've just got really, really emotional because as the comrades were giving the reports and after it was all over, and I just see all the work despite the fact that we're in a pandemic and have been in a pandemic for a year, the work has continued to move forward. And the economic work is tremendous. And I just want to salute all the comrades in the economic work that really take it on, because it is the practical work that really manifests itself clearly out in the world. So I just really wanted to salute these comrades. Kitty Riley has been on the ground in St. Louis since the beginning, since we left in 2017. She's been there, front and center, working to help make all of those projects happen. And Maureen is, I don't know how she does it. She's the leader of Uhuru Foods. And, I made the call for the grants team to be consolidated. Her, Janice Can, and Wendy Craig, they just took it on. I call them the mighty, mighty grants team because they are, putting it out. And, and not just that, the whole question of helping comrades during this relief session for the coronavirus, helping people get their stimulus checks, their PPP money, their food stamps, whatever was needed, they took it on. So I just really, really want people to understand how powerful this team is, and also bringing all the other different departments into the grants team to say, hey, we got to get some of this money, because we've been doing this on the ground. Nobody does it better than us, but we have to work smarter now. And we have all the tools that are necessary for us to work smarter. And I just want to salute Amanda, as vice chair. Oh my goodness. She just came right in and just, consolidated all the financials of USM and just really been able to, lead us in a great way with the resources. So Amanda, I want to salute your leadership as well. And I just want to salute this whole convention. It's just been off the chain. And I just want to salute all the USM members as well. And if you haven't joined USM, you have to join. You have to stand on the right side of history. The lines have been drawn, so what side are you going to be on? The winning side or the side that's going down, down, down? And USM is that side. So I just want to and Jamie, I see you cut all your hair. Anyway, but I just want to salute this workshop and all the tremendous work these comrades are doing. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru.
Uhuru Deputy Chair, I just really want to appreciate what you just said, and I want to unite. In fact, during this workshop, I think it was Maureen's presentation, Amanda and I were summing up that, we definitely need more time for this next year and really to be able to show the whole scope of it and videos and hear from everyone that's part of these amazing departments. And because it is mind blowing and you can't squeeze it into 30 minutes. And I just want to appreciate what you were raising about the role that the grants and relief team played during the height of the pandemic and its effect on African workers and people in the movement, and how this team stepped in as like a department of the African government, the African working class government, as dual power under your leadership, there. So it was amazing. And it was that whole process of the People's War Strategy under your leadership and Chairman Omali Yeshitela's leadership was transformational. And I also just want to join in saluting Kitty and Maureen and all of ORED, and of course Chairwoman Penny Hess, and just the iron leadership of APSC, and the way that that we learn and are shaped so deeply by the stance of the leadership of the Central Committee and the veterans, especially on the question of material solidarity, and what that really means and how that grounds our work. And that's what gets us out there. That's what gets us, out in the streets, talking to the masses, is that it's all based on the politic and the theory of African internationalism and material solidarity. And finally, I want to unite with what you said about Comrade Amanda. And I always think about the first time that I asked Amanda if she was interested in becoming the treasurer of USM. I was explaining the role as, it's like keeping track of resources. It's a lot of spreadsheets and math and this and that and budgets and cash flow and income and expenses and everything. And Amanda was like, "Oh yeah, that sounds relaxing." And she wasn't being sarcastic. So was like, "Okay, I don't know what odd response, but you were officially recruited into the role of treasurer." Ever since then, she has brought a really level-headed, reasoned but African internationalist and powerful stance to the resources, and so much organization and accountability that's just and leadership, and now Amanda's the vice chair of USM, which is really powerful, and led the convention building committee. So anyway, I know we're going beyond.
Yes, and she also helped with the campaigns, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, that was tremendous.
Absolutely. Yeah. So just really salute Amanda for all your leadership and appreciate this awesome workshop. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades, thank you so much for that powerful discussion, and really want to salute this panel, and of course Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela for your vision and your leadership. I think the statement, what side do you want to be on, sums it all up for this convention. So we want to be on the side of African people, of reparations. So, since the 7th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party, the African People Solidarity Committee, and Uhuru Solidarity Movement have been implementing the regional strategy to carry out the work and the mandates from the African People's Socialist Party. The regional strategy is critical, to building organization on the ground, and you will hear from your regional coordinators so that you can get involved in the work in your area. We will be hearing now from Penny Hess, chair of the African People Solidarity Committee, followed by our regional representatives. And we'll also followed first by Jesse Neville, and then by our regional representatives, who are Ali Aiello, the APSC and USM Western Regional Representative; Hallie Murray, the APSC and USM Western Regional Representative, joined by Len Demmer of USM Philadelphia. I think I might be reading a mistake there for Hallie Murray's. I believe she's Northern Regional Representative, joined by Len Demmer of USM. Thank you. Sorry about that. Amanda Carlozzi, the interim chair of the APSC USM Southern Regional Committee, and of course Penny Hess, the interim chair of the APSC USM Midwest Regional Committee. And now we will begin the workshop titled "Fracturing the Territorial Integrity of the Colonial State."
Uhuru, Jesse, are you going or should I?
Uhuru, Chairman Penny, I was thinking you would go first, and then I would come after.
Uhuru, everybody. Wow, this day has been incredible. I agree totally with Deputy Chair Ona Zane's summation of it was just off the chain. She says it's just incredible. So many incredible comrades and just great work. And I appreciate Chair Jesse for just so much leadership, incredible leadership that you bring to this under the leadership of the party. And we're going to talk about the African People's Socialist Party's regional strategy and how the Uhuru Solidarity Movement fits into that and why we have to have it. So let me just again say, as usual, to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela for this regional strategy, Deputy Chair Ona Yeshitela, because all of the work of her department falls under the regions. And I also want to salute the National Director of Organization of the African People's Socialist Party, Chimurenga Salambao, who leads and directs many aspects of the implementation of the regional strategies in the party and in the movement, as well as norm and recruitment into the party. So, you know, this is very, very important and really necessary, because so many chapters and region, you know, and cities where there are members of the party and the movement, you know, this is just exploding and growing, and you know, the regional strategy is critical for that. But it also has a really important political reason for existing. And I want to say, you know, just the chairman has been studying this in his Sunday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern studies. And this is the political report to the 2021 plenary of the party, the second plenary of the 7th Congress, which was held in 2018. And that this is called African Workers of the World Unite and Organize. And the chairman's been going over this a lot. I think he has a little bit more to finish on his Sunday study. And it's just great. And I hope people tune into that, by the way, on Sunday morning. A great way to start the week and just really, you know, get that incredible knowledge from Chairman Omali Yeshitela. But I'm just going to read a little short part of this. He has a section on the regional strategy of the party. And he's saying our regional strategy is part of our process to occupy geographical, organizational, political, and ideological territory. Taking territory, this is dual and contending power. Our overall security, and especially our economic security, demands this. This is how we transform every African community in the world into conscious, active opponents of colonialism in any of its forms. It is the work we do to build the organized mass army that will fight for and defend our economic work. All examples of dual power will require masses of Africans, whether in the party or not, to support, contribute to, and defend our decolonization institutions. It is a strategy that requires every leader to take responsibility for an African internationalist occupation of every inch of territory within her region. We have the economic and political programs to turn all political activity into anti-colonial activity. This will occur everywhere, whole regions, states, provinces, cities, villages, and communities within the region. This holds true for prisons, job sites, and educational centers. So, you know, there's so much more. And if you don't have this book, the political report from this year, please check out how you can get it through the Burning Sphere Marketplace, but also from Chairman Omali Yeshitela's Sunday Studies. But just the significance of this and of this regional strategy, and that this also applies to the Solidarity Committee. And, you know, it's a fantastic thing. I'm in the Midwest region, and the party's Midwest region, which is led by Midwest Rep. Malika, and the members. This is also the headquarters of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, not to mention the headquarters of the Black Power Blueprint. I mean, so much is happening here, but a tremendous, Midwest region of the party is growing. They were, despite, this event today, this weekend, the Midwest region of the party went to Minneapolis, to Brooklyn Center.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
So thank you. So it was, it's just incredibly dynamic to see this unfolding and being carried out, and to understand the responsibility that we have to build our dynamic regions. And there's so much more to say about that, but I'm going to turn it over to Comrade Jesse Neville, Uhuru.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Penny Hess, for that excellent overview on the chairman and the party's regional strategy for building the African Revolution. And I definitely unite with the need to study that political report that laid out everything and the whole strategy of democracy above and socialism below, and the political basis for the regional strategy, which is absolutely brilliant and winning. And I unite that we have to carry this out and apply this to the work of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And I appreciate your leadership, Chairwoman Penny, in fighting tirelessly and relentlessly for APSC to assume responsibility to implement this regional strategy in every possible way. And what we're going to be learning about in this workshop is we're going to be hearing from the current regional coordinators, some of which are temporarily taking on those positions because we do not have somebody in those roles. And that is one of the contradictions that we are working to solve. And if you're interested in stepping up into a regional coordinator position, there will be an opportunity for you to do that later on today when we have our elections. But I would like to first of all state that our goals for building the regional structure and the regional strategy of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement revolves fundamentally around building branches. And as Comrade Ali spoke of earlier today, it's not good enough just to have members in a bunch of different cities. And having a bunch of members in one city does not a branch make. A branch is an organized unit that has a division of labor and is accountable under democratic centralism to the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party through USM and APSC. So the branch is critical. The branch is the means by which the chairman can be in St. Petersburg or in St. Louis or wherever he might be located at any given time, and he can say this needs to happen, and within hours, comrades on the ground in Seattle or comrades on the ground in London or any other place where USM might be building will be able to take those mandates, those directives, and make them into a reality. That is possible only through building branches, through building organization, through building democratic centralism. This is the only way we can make this happen. So we have a goal to build 10 branches of USM by the end of this year. I think it might have been said by the next convention, but we're going to say by the end of this year, we want to close out 2021 with 10 solid branches. That means each city would have 4 people taking on the key leadership positions: the chair, the secretary, the membership coordinator, and the treasurer. And we can do this. So that is our goal. You're going to be hearing from the regional coordinators about where we are targeting to build branches and how to make that happen. And our goal is to build our membership by 150 members per region. But we're not going to do that without building branches. So again, everything is about building the branches. The branches will recruit the members because the branches will build the events. The branches will bring Penny Hess, will bring Chairman Omali Yeshitela, will bring party leaders and speakers to your city. The branches will do the outreach. The branches will be the ones to actually do the work to make Wall Street pay reparations and build the Reparations Legacy Conference and sell the Burning Spear newspaper and recruit. So branch building is everything, membership is everything. And we are going to be holding a regional organizing tour in August. So get ready, we're coming to town. Anywhere you're located, you're in a region. So your regional coordinator can be in touch with you, and we will literally come to your house and sleep on your couch and set up in a cafe the next day and do an event or somewhere outdoors in a park if we want to be socially distanced. And make a presentation to your friends, your family, your coworkers about reparations to African people. we will get in the car and drive to your city and make it happen. So we're doing a regional organizing tour in August, and that is going to build towards our major campaign, the Days of Reparations / March for Reparations. Last year, we had it in 6 cities. This year, we need to double that. At least 12 cities in the US and beyond will hold the March for Reparations this year, and that's going to be in mid-October. Every region will be building the Reparations Legacy Project and the campaign to make Wall Street pay reparations. And as I mentioned, we will be holding global days of action in every city where we have the capacity. We now have interest from a new supporter in Canada in partaking in that global day of action. So that's very exciting. And we're going to be continuing to build the NTU volunteer campaign with monthly days of tabling and outreach. And that means that, we're going to be having national and regional summations coming together to sum up how we're doing tables, what kind of materials we need, how to make the tables look, so that we're using best practices and doing it party style everywhere we're located. We're going to be building the regional committees, working with the APSC regions as one. APSC and USM regions are working together under one unified strategy to mobilize the region, to win unity with the regional mandates from the party and the institutional work of the party and the economic work that's happening in each region, and to build unity with the party's economic strategy for the Buy Black Power campaign, and ultimately to open solidarity centers in every region. And
last 10 minutes.
Oh, wow. I'm done, basically. I definitely don't need that whole 10 minutes. So the last thing I want to say is that I want to just say to everybody, wherever you're located, if you're a member of USM, you should consider USM St. Louis your branch. And what I mean by that is we all should feel attached and responsible to the future of USM St. Louis, because this is the heart, this is the front lines, comrades. I just spent 2 weeks in St. Louis for the electoral campaign of President Kalambayi and Danette. And I've been in this movement for about 11 years, but those 2 weeks absolutely changed my life. That was an incredible experience. It further deepened my understanding and love and respect and just awe of the African People's Socialist Party and what this party is doing and how this party is building and winning on the ground in the Midwest region. And I just want to salute Midwest Regional Rep Malika. I want to salute Tacharo Masimba, President Kalambayi and Danette, and Chimaranga, Director Chimaranga, Regional Rep Kobina Bantushengo, Mwambi, Tengu, Yamone, and everybody, all the party members who were there to make that campaign what it was. And of course, the incredible platform of the Black Power Blueprint and all the work that's been going on there. And we did have a USM meeting, and we have some amazing people there. There are amazing, amazing forces in the Solidarity movement in St. Louis, and Chairwoman Penny Hess lives there, the greatest example and spokesperson for the Solidarity work, and of course, ORED Director Kitty. And I mean, it's right there. It is USM. I mean, St. Louis is like begging for us to build USM into the largest and most dynamic branch of anywhere on the planet Earth. And each and every member of the Uhuru Solidarity movement should feel responsible. Even if you don't live anywhere near St. Louis, go there, book a flight, make a road trip, plan to go to St. Louis and spend some time there and work with the comrades who are there to build St. Louis and the Midwest region. So I just wanted to end with that. And I want to say that, we have to build USM St. Louis. We have to build the Midwest. And we also have to build and rebuild USM St. Petersburg, Florida, the southern city of African resistance, where the chairman was born. I mean, the roots of the African People's Socialist Party run deep in this city. It is an amazing honor to be here in the city of African resistance, the place where, I mean, you're going to hear about that in the regional report, so I won't steal that report. But just the whole history of the party and the chairman's legacy here is so profound. And we have to also do what we can to build an amazing Uhuru Solidarity Movement branch here in St. Pete. So after you head to St. Louis, come down to St. Pete and join us for a few weeks, and work to build USM St. Pete. So I just wanted to plug those two particular cities and those two regions because they are two of the most important places for us to build. And they are the two places where we have interim regional coordinators taking on the work right now, and who both, and Chairwoman Penny Hess is responsible for all of APSC and is taking on the interim role for USM and APSC in St. Louis in the Midwest. So reinforcements, we got to ship in reinforcements ASAP into St. Louis and make this happen, comrades. And we will build this regional strategy to no end. And as people are saying in the chat, in conditions, the likes of which us white people can't even begin to fathom that African people are facing on the continent of Africa. Chairman Tafari Mugeri and the African People's Socialist Party has built the regional strategy to a whole new level. And we have to be inspired by that. We have to be challenged. We have to feel called out by that. We have to feel like the bar has been set really high, and we have to do everything we can to consolidate the regions, to build the branches, and to make the Uhuru Solidarity movement not just a bunch of members scattered throughout the country and throughout the world, but a real revolutionary mass organization of the African People's Socialist Party, which is what we were created to be. So that's what I wanted to say. And now I'm going to turn it over to the regional coordinators, beginning with the amazing Western Regional Coordinator, a kick-ass comrade who used to be the Southern Regional Coordinator, and we miss her dearly, but she is bringing the absolute revolutionary fire to the Western region, and that's Ali Ayello. So Uhuru, I'll turn it over to Comrade Ali.
Uhuru, thank you, Jesse, for that introduction. Really excited to be able to represent the West region today, to talk to you all at the Uhuru Solidarity Movement National Convention. Next slide. So I want to start off this presentation, of course, by saluting the revolutionary leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and of Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela, and just the whole regional strategy that was put out by the chairman to really build organization is fundamental to building organization. And the institutions that Deputy Chair leads that are now the economic hubs for which we build organization around. It's really powerful. I just want to salute the revolutionary leadership of Deputy Chair and of Chairman. Next slide. And of course, I want to salute African People's Socialist Party Western Regional Representative Bakari Olatunji. Bakari is a powerful force and veteran of the Uhuru movement, standing here with the 1,000 pies that were baked by Uhuru Foods and Pies in Oakland. It's really salute the leadership of Bakari. Next slide. And want to salute the whole regional strategy of the party, the West Regional Growth. And it's really an honor to be able to build under the African People's Socialist Party here in the Western region. Next slide. And of course, I want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess, the African People's Solidarity Committee Chairwoman, for really fighting for us to build, to carry out the regional strategy and to carry out our mandates. Not just to win new members, but to build branches, to get a Solidarity Center, to have our presence on the ground, to support and defend the economic institutions, and a real fight from Chairwoman Penny to make that happen. So I really salute Chairwoman Penny's leadership, and also, putting out that we have to build the African People's Solidarity Committee. And also really want to salute the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Jesse Neville, for all of his leadership in building a mass movement of white people for reparations to the African community. Next slide. So building dual and contending power in Oakland in the Western region. Next slide. So the party's history in the West region started late in the 70s when the party came to San Francisco to build a rear base of material solidarity and political support in order to keep the Black Power movement alive after the military defeat of the U.S. government's counterinsurgency program known as COINTELPRO. And this was called the party's Oakland years, which succeeded in putting the political agenda of the African working class back on the table. And this is really summed up in an uneasy equilibrium. Next slide. The worldwide African-led campaign to free Desi Woods and smash colonial violence organized throughout the world and up and down the entire West Coast. This was this is political campaigns defining African internationalism, smash colonial violence. Next slide. And, the party has a historic base in the Western region. The party's first Congress was actually held in the West region in Oakland, California. And so much, had stemmed out from there. This was one of the headquarters of the party at one time. Next slide. And like I just said, the party's first headquarters in Oakland was located at 7622 MacArthur Boulevard, where they had a magnificent 2-year rent strike, many campaigns, and now had the current Uhuru House in Aquaba Hall, where Huey P. Newton made his last speeches and passed the torch onto the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. And there's too much to talk about in this presentation. I can't go into all of it, but just know there's a really powerful history of the party here in Oakland. Next slide.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Okay. And then, the Oakland was a big part of opening up the wealth, of the West Coast. And that's what we're part of doing here in the Solidarity Movement for the Reparations Legacy Project, is to continue to open up the wealth on the West Coast to support the institutions of the African People's Socialist Party. The West Coast is one of the wealthiest places, in the U.S., so that we have a responsibility to carry that out. Next slide. And there are just extraordinarily deep roots of the economic institutions here in the West region, with Uhuru Furniture, over 30 years old. And you also have Uhuru Foods and Pies here, and the Uhuru House that I showed, that we showed earlier. Next slide. So this is our West region, the APSC West Regional Committee. And just really want to salute this team with myself as the chair, Stephanie as the secretary, and Uhuru Furniture rep, Janine as the economic development coordinator, Sandy over Agriprop, and Maureen over Uhuru Foods and Pies. And I just stepped into this role, and they have provided me so much leadership in carrying this out and in putting together this presentation as well. Next slide. We also have our comrades in USM Oakland, where we are, really starting to work to build a branch. We're doing outreach, every weekend in Oakland and in San Francisco. And our comrades here, we've got Lisa as our outreach coordinator. We've got Claude, we've got Kara, we've got Wendy. Really want to salute and put forward Comrade Wendy for her powerful stance, and being out there on the outreach tables. Wendy is really solid. Comrade Erica, and also Comrade Pete. And really want to put forward these comrades for their powerful work in USM Oakland. Next slide. We've got our forces in USM Portland, and I just couldn't give this presentation without putting forward Comrade Mads in Portland, who really built this West region under the leadership of the party and the APSC, and really thought this West region has the most USM members, and that is thanks to so much of the work that Comrade Mads did. So really want to salute and put forward Comrade Mads. We also have Monica, Marissa, Aaron, Josh, and Danny, all in the Western region. Next slide. And some of our active USM members in the region, we have Paul and Kristen in Spokane. We've got Susanna in Culver City, California. Tanya, Ron, Janet, Pete, and Peter in Seattle. Tia in Tucson. Paula in Mesa, Wendy in San Diego, Lauren in LA, and Valerie in Colorado. Next slide. And so we have the USM Western region is growing. We've got members in 7 of the 13 states and 44 cities. But like we've been saying, you know, we've got to bring this into organization. Next slide. So over the last year, we've had the People's War Campaign putting out posters around COVID-19 response. I really want to salute the leadership of the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project for providing these, materials. We went out there and put out information around COVID-19. Next slide.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
Mobilizations around the Justice for George Floyd in Portland, Reno, and Oakland. Next slide. We had the March for Reparations in Portland, and really want to salute Comrade Mads for leading those. And then next slide. Also, the March for Reparations in San Diego. That was the biggest one that we had, and want to salute Comrade Claudette for leading that. Next slide. We've had reparations challenges in the West by Lauren, Wendy, Mads, and Paula. Next slide. We participated in the NTU Volunteer Day of Drops in Oakland and in Portland, and want to salute the comrades who came out for that. Next slide. Like I said, we've been having tables in Oakland and San Francisco with our banner, White Reparations to African People, and really want to salute Erica, Lisa, Wendy, and Kara, who have all been key staples on our tables. Next slide.
Uhuru, time.
Okay. And we had this big web event exposing big tech and raised over $3,000. This is part of the Reparations Legacy Project. We had, it was a really powerful event that we had there exposing the money sector. I guess I'll just wrap up with this. I haven't really talked about where we're going, but we want to open a Solidarity Center. We want to sell the Burning Spear newspaper. We have a responsibility to get out 1,125 Burning Spear newspapers as put out by the Department of Agriprop a month, and then build the NTU Volunteer Brigade, go to the moneyed sector, and lastly, we're meeting as an APSC USM West Region, and the date that I just want to put out for this, our monthly meetings, we're going to be meeting as a West Region to talk about how continue to develop how we're moving forward on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. And this will be our APSC USM West Regional meeting. So I want to make a call for everyone to come out to that on April 25th at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. And that's what I've got for my presentation. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Great report, Ali. Really salute your leadership in the West. So we can get started on the North region. Really glad to be here. So I also have Comrade Len Demmer, who's the chair of Philly, will be helping give this report. So my name's Hallie. I'm the North Regional Coordinator, both of Uhuru Solidarity Movement and the African People's Solidarity Committee. Next slide. Just want to salute, the Chairman, Deputy Chair Ona, and the North Regional Party Representative Tiffany Murphy for providing leadership for the region. Next slide. As well as Chairwoman Penny and Jesse. Just, really salute all these powerful leaders in this movement. Next slide. I want to salute the APSC North Regional Committee. So Secretary General Ali leads the furniture store and is the project director, and Len is our newest APSC member in the region, who's the chair of USM Philadelphia and leads USM membership. Next slide. And just big shout out to the North Regional Committee. So I represent the Boston branch. Len is over membership in Philly. Carbon is the secretary and the New York City representative. Eva is the Pittsburgh rep, and Jesse Ginsburg is the Baltimore rep. And then other active members in the region, Shout out to Emma, Declan, Mara, Evie, Henry, and Mary. And just want to salute all the new comrades in the North region that I know are tuning in today. It's really glad to see your name in the chat. So I'm going to next turn it over to Len to talk about dual and contending power in the North region. Next slide.
Thank you, Hallie. So yeah, first, we just really want to salute the chairman for putting forth the regional strategy. We really support and adopt the party's regional strategy to take territory and dual and contending power. The party has had a presence in the North region for decades, and in New York City in 1982, the party held the first World Tribunal on reparations to African people. And then in Philadelphia in 1985, the US government dropped a bomb on the MOVE organization, which was an attack on the African community. And the chairman called for the party to send reinforcements to Philly and have been here since. Next slide. And, Philadelphia is the main political and economic hub of the region, which is centered around the Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles store in North Philly. And this institution is not just a store selling secondhand furniture, but it's a staple in the African community, with vibrant outreach programs and volunteer actions to support Black self-determination. Next slide. And the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace is a monthly market with over 100 vendors where African people can sell their goods and launch their businesses to build economic development for the Black community. And the annual Uhuru Health Festival, which is actually next Saturday, April 24th, and the Uhuru Book Fair in November are two major events featuring the chairman as a keynote speaker, which mobilizes the whole North region to attend. And USM usually tables at these events to raise reparations and build white solidarity with Black power. Next slide.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Thank you. And Decolonize is an institution of the African National Women's Organization, or ANWO, focusing on healthy skincare products. And the sales from Decolonize forwards the campaigns of ANWO to build power for the African women around the world. Next slide. Uhuru Planet Reparations Apparel is a clothing line of the institution of the party, which is a subsidiary of Black Star Industries, and went through a whole year-long training process under Deputy Chair Ona's leadership. And it's coordinated by APSC with the mission to forward the culture of white reparations to African people. Next slide. And the the Black is Back Coalition March on the White House is every November in Washington, D.C. And this past year, we brought a large contingent from the Solidarity Movement to come out and support this powerful march to demand Black community control of the police and down with colonialism. Uhuru, next slide.
All right, so we have members in over 50 cities in the region, and our main areas are New York, Boston, and Philly that we want to build branches in, as well as Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Next slide. Last year, we held our actions. Next slide. Yeah, so against JP Morgan Chase, we did a car protest. We did actions in New York, Philly, and Boston, part of the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaign. Next slide. And yeah, following the murder of George Floyd, we held actions at police stations. This was in Somerville, Massachusetts. We also, just demanding reparations and supporting Black community control of the police. Next slide. This was a fun event in Boston in my own backyard. We held, we usually do monthly film nights indoors, but we couldn't. So I did this backyard cinema series as a fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. In July, we moved into this very studio that I'm sitting in. Huge victory. For Uhuru Planet, this is an outpost for solidarity. We've won members and donations from our, presence in this incredible community of artists. Next slide. In September, we got to table at the One Africa, One Nation market in Philly, which was honestly like our only tabling of the year, just with COVID, but it was so great to be part of that. Just the regional strategy coming together. Next slide. We also had pictures of us appear in like imperialist newspapers. So just the importance of wearing your Uhuru Planet merch so people recognize our logo. I'll turn it back to you, Len, for more highlights.
Thanks. So in October, we held the March. Oh, wait, I think Oh, yeah. Okay. The March for Reparations to African People in Philadelphia. It was a huge success. Planning this event actually helped to consolidate the USM North region, bringing in active members across Philadelphia, New York City, Boston, and Pittsburgh. And building for this march was a perfect example of the party's regional strategy in action. And we just want to salute President Yeshide for speaking at our rally, as well as Pam Africa. Next slide. And we engaged in mass political education by making Philly-specific graphics for the march about our demands, which were made by USM member Kara in Massachusetts. And we had a strategy to share these to different Instagram and Facebook accounts. And this post actually on Instagram got over 500 likes at one point. And that's how we met Mary Covert, Comrade Mary in Philadelphia, who became a member at the march. Next slide.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
Thank you. In November, we mobilized for a USM contingent at the Black is Back March, like I mentioned earlier. And we actually went back in January for Inauguration Day to speak at a reparations rally. Next slide. And for MLK Day, we recruited our members to volunteer at the Philly Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles to participate in their annual volunteer day of drops. Next slide. And this actually prepared us to do a similar day of drops for this convention in 4 different cities, and we handed out thousands of flyers and even got a few members from it. Next slide. And our most recent victory was earlier this month. Comrade Mary held a reparations challenge. It was an online concert. She's a piano musician and got some of her musician friends to put on a virtual concert. And they not only doubled their goal, but also we won a couple USM members that way as well. Next slide. And I just really want to appreciate our members who held reparations challenges to raise resources for the Black Power Blueprint. And some of the highlights were the No Surrender live stream rave by Declan and Carbon, Colin's wine events on Zoom, Nina's dance class, and art made by Eva, Ebi, and Carbon. Uhuru. Next slide.
Uhuru, time.
Okay, I just need like 1 more minute real quick. Thanks, Leah. So next slide. So these are our goals and mandates from the African People's Solidarity Committee for the North region. So we have begun to hold monthly mass meetings led by APSC North to bring together our volunteers from Uhuru Planet, from USM, and the furniture store. Our next one is this Saturday at 7:30. So if you're in the North region, you want to get involved, say it in the chat. We'll follow up with you. Next slide. Building branches in next slide. Building branches, in Boston, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. Next slide. We will build Uhuru Planet into an institution that raises resources for APSC. And so, yes, this slide. So my primary role, this is big announcement, comrades. My role has been, I'm the chair of Uhuru Planet, but I've also been leading the North region for the last 3 years in USM. It's been really incredible. And I just, my assignment is to build a Uhuru Planet. And I just, because of all this, and more reasons, want to go to the next slide to nominate. It's my honor to announce that Comrade Len Demmer is our nomination for taking over the North region, which is a huge victory. I mean, I'm just at a loss for words, but Len is just a phenomenal comrade who has so much unity with African internationalism. And I'm not going anywhere. I'm still the APSC North chair. I'm going to be in the meetings, but Len will be the new, hopefully, the new USM leadership in the region. So thanks, Len. So just quick couple slides. You can just go through the next slides kind of fast. We want to win 150 new members, hold regional conference on branch building, have like anti-colonial walking tours as an outdoor event, the Reparations Legacy Conference, June 12th. June is our campaign for No Pride in Genocide, white LGBTQ people in solidarity with Black Power. In July, we'll hold yard sales for reparations. We've done that a lot before. It's great. In August, regional organizing tour, where we'll travel to different parts of the region to do events. October will be our day of reparations, bringing the chairman or doing another march. And just for the year, we want to sell, 1,200 spears in the region per month by the end of the year. And we're going to do that through wholesale distribution. And every area was going to start with 25 a month. So we're going to be planning that more in our regional meetings, building the volunteer program, supporting all party institutions, and fundraising through Uhuru Planet. So as I stated earlier, we are now open for wholesale distribution for Uhuru Planet. Get in touch. And we want to fill all our committee roles. So I'm sorry I just went over time there, but really so glad, such an honor to lead the North Region under the party's leadership. Uhuru, thank you. And thank you, Len, for helping give that presentation.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. So here I am again. It's my honor to present the report from the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement Southern Region to this national convention. So I'm just going to give them a second to get my slideshow up. Thank you. And you can go right to slide 2. So I want to deeply appreciate and salute the leadership of the APSP, Chairman Amali Shatella and Deputy Chair Onozane Shatella. We're very grateful to have the Chairman and Deputy Chair here with us in the Southern Region, where the political landscape has been shaped by their leadership and the Chairman's history of struggle going back to the 1960s. Next slide. We also want to salute the dynamic Southern Regional Representative Kobina Bantu-Shango, who provides immense leadership to the party building and solidarity work in the region. Next slide. And we want to salute our APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess, who is fighting for APSC to build its regional strategy and infrastructure, and whose political leadership we appreciate immensely. Next slide. I am currently the chair of the APSC St. Pete unit and the interim chair of our regional committee. I have the honor to work with these comrades, Janice, who's the Uhuru Foods and Pies coordinator, and political leadership from the NCC of APSC, Jesse, who is our USM chair, and also provides political leadership in our unit, Kyle, who's over Agitprop, and Jamie, who does outreach. I have taken over the chair position after Allie's relocation to Oakland, and we salute Allie, who brought amazing leadership to our region. And St. Pete is also the home to the national office of USM, with myself and Jesse here in St. Pete. Next slide. We have many awesome active members in our Southern Regional Committee and in our region as a whole. Some of them are pictured above: Johan, Diane, Jamie, Santosh, Carrie, Philip, Jackson, Danielle, and some are not pictured but are very significant and active, like Vanessa, Eliza, Alistair, Bridget, Rashada, Addison, Mel, Janice, Kyle, Jesse, Kate, Zoe, Sarah, Juniper, and Julie. Next slide. So now I'd like to give a brief overview of the importance of APSC's regions, and specifically this region, to the party's strategy of taking territory in dual and contending power, and to the strategy of reparations from the white population and anti-colonial force and African internationalism. Next slide. St. Pete is the Southern Region, is the birthplace of Chairman Amali Shatella and the home of the first act of Black Power when the chairman tore down the white nationalist mural in 1966. Next slide. It is also the place of rich history for APSC, including the founding conference in 1976, which took place in St. Petersburg, Florida. Next slide. The righteous legacy of African resistance, including the uprisings in 1996 after the brutal murder of Tyron Lewis, have forever shaped the terrain in St. Pete and brought the demand for reparations and economic development to the forefront under the chairman's leadership. Next slide. The South is home to many vibrant political, cultural, and economic institutions, including Black Power 96, the Uhuru House, Uhuru Foods and Pies, the Burning Spear, and more, including, next slide, Zenzele Consignment, and the work of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project in Huntsville under the leadership of Dr. Aisha Fields. Next slide. The South region was also the site of 2 major party electoral campaigns in 2017 and 2019, putting reparations on the ballot, and I want to salute Director Akile, Chair Jesse, and Anne, who did an amazing job in their respective campaigns. Next slide. So just a quick look at some of the campaigns for the past year. Next slide. The USM South region hit the ground for the People's War campaign to do outreach, calling on white people to support and defend the African workers' economy against COVID-19 and the colonial virus. Next slide. We participated in party mobilizations in St. Pete and Huntsville, demanding justice and reparations for the murder of George Floyd. Next slide. We held the first Make Wall Street Pay Reparations press conference, which featured Chairman Amali Shatella speaking in front of Bank of America and garnered national media coverage. Next slide. We held a teach-in in a park in the white community, exposing the history of the destruction of the gas plant district in African community to make room for the baseball stadium called the Tropicana Field. Next slide.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Thank you. We held a rally against white nationalism in response to a threat by a white nationalist group to occupy the city, redirecting the focus away from Trump-loving MAGA supporters and toward the Christman administration gentrifying and murdering African people. Director Akile spoke at this rally. Next slide. We held the March for Reparations in St. Pete as part of the US-wide campaign that swept through 6 cities. Next slide. However, ours was the only event which had the distinct honor of featuring Chairman Omali Yeshitela as our keynote speaker. It was a profound victory for the movement for reparations. Next slide. We began to implement the NTU volunteer program, recruiting volunteers to work on banners and other projects. Next slide. And we mobilized to attend the amazing and historic Black is Back March in the White House in November. Next slide. We tragically lost one of our beloved members, Greg Wood, and held a memorial to honor his memory and share stories about his profound contributions to the reparations movement and his love for the party. And we still meet people today that say, oh, I know about that. I was friends with Greg Wood. Yes, I know. And I, appreciate the Uhuru Solidarity movement. So he has a profound impact. Next slide. USM volunteers in the Uhuru Foods and Pies campaign every year and did so in 2020 and continues to do so in 2021, as we heard yesterday from Juniper and Sarah. Next slide. And our members throughout the region are building the culture of reparations with their Reparations Challenge fundraising events, some of which you can see featured here. Next slide. So we're located in 10 states and 37 cities. Next slide. So now we're going to look ahead at 2021 and what must be done to build USM in the southern region. Next slide. We're implementing the strategy put forward by Chairwoman Penny Hess to build the APSC and USM Southern regions together as one all-solidarity regional committee, which meets monthly to mobilize our base around the mandates and strategy of the party in this period. In our first meeting, we were honored to feature the APSP Southern Regional Rep Kobina Bantu Shango. Next slide. We are working towards building branches in targeted cities such as St. Pete, Huntsville, Gainesville, San Marcos, Asheville, and Atlanta. Next slide. And we're going to be developing plans to sustain the work of APSC through the sales of Uhuru Planet and Buy Black Power programs like Uhuru Cookies. Next slide. We also plan to take on the Reparations Brewers campaign in the city of St. Pete, where in addition to Uhuru Pies, there is also no shortage of breweries for us to approach about a collaboration and partnership. Next slide. We are determined to open a Solidarity Center in St. Petersburg as an office for USM and APSC and to hold events. Next slide. Our goal is to recruit 150 new members. Next slide. And here is our timeline. Next slide. Right now and right after the convention, we are mobilizing solidarity with AppDev's Earth Day event on April 24th, Saturday in Huntsville. And shout out to Carrie, who is representing USM in this process. Next slide. We will be participating in the USM membership drive on May 2nd. Next slide. We plan to hold a USM conference and on branch building on May 30th to consolidate our branches. The major priority for USM in this period, which is to build organization. Next slide. We will be working to build the Reparations Legacy Conference on June 12th, and we'll build this in the Southern region. Next slide. In June, we're going to hold outreach tables and events for our No Pride in Genocide campaign, building the white LGBTQ solidarity with African liberation. Next slide.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
Thank you. In August, we will be doing a regional organizing tour, and these are our target cities listed here. Next slide. In October, we will be holding the Day of Reparations tour and the March for Reparations events. Next slide. Our goal is to continue to sell and promote the Burning Spear. Start with 25 per month bundles for every area, distributing to stores and libraries, holding monthly regional spear studies, and recruiting an agitprop coordinator. Next slide. And we will continue to build our NTU volunteer program with monthly volunteer days and weekly tabling. Next slide. We will plan for the Global Day of Action on May 8th and other upcoming Make Wall Street Pay Reparations Action and press conferences. Next slide. And we will build and deepen support for the party's institutions, including partnering with Uhuru Foods and Pies and Zenzele for volunteer opportunities. Next slide. And we must build our regional committee. So these are the positions we are looking to fill: treasurer, outreach, agitprop, and we need people in the agitprop team as well, such as writers, literature agents, etc. Next slide. And we salute the African People's Socialist Party, and we are committed to recruiting, organizing, building the southern region of APSC and USM, and we can build unity through reparations all throughout the region and beyond. Uhuru.
Bring on Penny.
And I just want to bring on Penny Hess next. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you for those great reports prior to the Midwest reports. I really want to salute all the comrades and start with the Midwest report. Next slide. Salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela, and Deputy Chair is known as the architect of the Black Power Blueprint, an incredible story and just an incredible political development based on the vision of Chairman Omali Yeshitela for dual and contending power, which builds the power to govern among the African working class. Really, just an incredible thing that's happening here. You can feel it in the air. It's an honor to be here. Next slide. Also want to salute the Midwest regional representative of the African People's Socialist Party, Malika Bukechi Ngweji. Just really powerful. And there's so much, there's just so much unity within the region. And, this is a very, very dynamic region. I'm really, again, an honor to be here. Next slide, please. And that, just salute the Office of Deputy Chair in St. Louis. And that includes T'Charwa Masimba, who just ran, we'll just talk about that in a minute, ran for office for alderman of Ward 21, which is where the Uhuru House is, who is the Director of Economic Development for the Black Power Blueprint. And there's Nzei Masimba, who's just brilliant leader in the Africans 1 Billion Strong, and Abdullah, and just really powerful comrades here of the party working on the Black Power Blueprint and part of the office of Deputy Chair Onizane. Next slide. So the Midwest is the home of the Black Power Blueprint. And I wish we had hours to talk about that, but you've got to come, if we didn't have COVID, this convention this weekend would be held here in St. Louis. So next year, and if you can't come before that, then definitely next year. Next slide, please. So the Midwest, St. Louis, as was announced, will be holding the first One Africa, One Nation farmers market right next to the Uhuru House, right near the garden. It's going to be powerful. That's going to be Saturday, June 5th for the first one. It will be monthly in the first year. That's a very powerful development. Next slide. And the Midwest is the St. Louis headquarters of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, or it is the national and international headquarters of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And this is where President Kalambai and Annette is located, and Uzi and so many forces from the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. Next slide. As has been said, just went through this incredible political campaign for aldermen in the 21st Ward, which is where the Uhuru House is, and then the 3rd Ward, which is right next to the 21st Ward, and parts of the Black Power Blueprint are actually in the 3rd Ward as well. And just, wow, took the city by storm and had an outpouring of incredible support from this African community here in North St. Louis. Really powerful impact. And we'll be feeling, as was summed up by the party, we'll be feeling the ramifications of this election, especially that it took place in the context of the existence of the Black Power Blueprint and the constant growth and development of that incredible project. So next slide, please.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
All right, the APSC National Office is here in St. Louis. Next slide. And the party is building dual and contending power. Next slide. The region, this is the region of African resistance from St. Louis to Minneapolis. Next slide. The party built in Pedum in St. Louis after the police murder of Mike Brown in 2014. And that has just been growing ever since. Next slide. A regional strategy. Some of our comrades in the region, Amy, Libby, Connor, James, Jesse Lynn, Leah. Next slide. Sarah, who's our project manager, Opa, Laura, Pamela, Alex, Corey, and many others, so many others, especially here in St. Louis. And as Jesse said, we have to rebuild this incredible Uhuru Solidarity movement here. Next slide. So we are planning for a regional tour in 2021. And our goal is to, let's see if I have this. Our goal is definitely to go to Chicago, to of course have work weekends here in St. Louis, as well as other places that we can go. We want to go to Minneapolis. We want to go to Wisconsin, Michigan. I want to go to Kansas City. We really need to be out there. So, we're going to do everything that we can to build this and go around and start organizing. And from that regional tour, we'll get members, we'll build branches, and we'll also build for the reparations march, the March for Reparations and events for October. So I'm really excited about that. Next slide. Next slide. We're going to have work weekends, and we have our meeting next Saturday, the 24th, is the USM APSC United Regional Meeting, 4:00 next Saturday. And we will be talking about a work weekend that we want to do. We certainly want to invite people to come on June 5th to the opening of the farmers market, and just to be able to experience it, to spend money there, to, just to be there for that historic moment. But we also want to have a day of people coming down to St. Louis. We'll do outreach in Tower Grove Park, Soulard Market, and other places, and then have a meet and greet. And, we could all listen to, get together to listen to the chairman's study the next morning, maybe have breakfast together, and people could head out again, or, we'll make a really great weekend. So we want that to definitely happen so that we can build our USM here in St. Louis. Next slide. We'll continue with our Make Wall Street Pay reparations actions that were so dynamic. We're definitely going to have the March for Reparations in 2021. Next slide, I'm sorry. Next slide. And we also will have the March for Reparations in Minneapolis. We have currently, next slide, we have 27 states and 14 cities in the Midwest. We want to really build that. Very, very exciting. We held a January 1st organizing conference that was very successful. Our goals for our regional organizing, next slide, please, and next slide after that, is our target locations again for our tour: St. Louis, Kansas City, Minneapolis, Detroit, Chicago, Milwaukee. And we want to win new members, consolidate lead organizers, and build branches. And next slide, we want to raise resources for the APSC region through our Uhuru Planet franchise. And also we want to win somebody to be the official baker so that we can bake Uhuru cookies and have our little franchise for that here through Uhuru Solidarity Movement as well. And we're going to be going to the moneyed sector. We do want to open solidarity centers. Next slide. We want to keep the Burning Spear burning, selling the Burning Spear, but also out of Minneapolis, Comrade Lisa is going to be coordinating a weekly spear study, a study based on the platform of the party, something that the whole party is taking on right now. She has proposed, and we will confirm this at our meeting on Saturday, but she has proposed maybe a Friday at lunchtime to take this on. I think that's a great idea. So we'll be talking about our plans for that. Next slide.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
Okay, and we want to build the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and National Convention, which is this weekend, our solidarity with the Black Power Blueprint, Day of Reparations to African People, Giving Tuesday. We really want to be, in the thick of that, and we have St. Louis Giving Day coming up as well. We want to do reparations challenge, reparations fundraising, and last slide is our next meeting again is April 24th, Saturday at 4 p.m. Central. And if you did not get an email from Comrade Sarah, please let me know, and we'll make sure you get it so that you can be part and join that meeting. Everybody from the region to be there, and let's build the Midwest region and stand in solidarity with the Black Power Blueprint, power in the hands of the African working class, and unity through reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Oh, sorry for the echo. Uhuru, thank you, Chairwoman Penny Hess. And I want to appreciate all of those presentations, very mobilizing. This brings this panel to a close. We don't have time for discussion right now. We have 2 more panels to go through, and then we will be opening it up for discussion before we go into our election and then close out our amazing 2021 convention. So thank you to the regional coordinators and to Chairwoman Penny Hess, and salute the chairman's strategy and mandate to fracture the territorial integrity of the colonial state through building the regional strategy. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Salute to the regional coordinators and the regional strategy put out by Chairman Amalia Shatella at the plenary of the African People's Socialist Party. So the next workshop will be about the campaigns that we have taken on to build the culture of reparations in the white communities that our members live in. You will get to hear from Leah Fifield, who holds a dynamic reparations challenge that raises hundreds of dollars each month, Monica Chiotti, who coordinates the Birthdays for Reparations campaign, and Ava Conrad, who is leading up Art for Reparations, and Comrade Mary from Philadelphia, who just held the Rock for Reparations benefit show that was fantastic. You will also get the opportunity to learn about how you can be part of building the culture for reparations within your community.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Jamie. My name is Leah. I am a very proud USM member. I live in Minneapolis, which are lands belonging to Dakota and Anishinaabe nations. I first off want to acknowledge and appreciate my leadership in this work. Of course, Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella and the entire Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. I would not be doing this work without their leadership. I'm very happy to be here to talk about building the culture of white reparations to African people and how every white person watching can be involved in creating a different cultural legacy. So first, I think it's helpful to ask ourselves, what does it mean to build the culture of white reparations to African people? So to begin with, I believe it's helpful to look at past and current white cultural values. It can be hard for us as white people to identify what white cultural values are because white culture is normalized in our society. So first off, acknowledging that there is violence and oppression inextricably woven throughout white history and culture, and that the foundation of what white culture is violent and oppressive. And this is really reflected in how we view the world. We have this view that it's always us against them. In every aspect of our culture, you can find violent roots. This concept that we have of rugged individualism and that I am responsible for my own success and that we don't have to care about the welfare of those around us, and that Even caring for others is a sign of weakness. This is a very strong white cultural value. We value the individual ownership of goods, space, and property, as opposed to the collective ownership, which benefits everyone and leaves no one behind. We have an understanding that financial wealth is equal to our self-worth. That is a very strong cultural value for white people. We believe that competition is essential to progress, and that if you fall behind, it's because you didn't work hard enough and not because the system is rigged. White culture believes that we can consume as much as we want without regard for how that affects others. So to put this into perspective, the white population of the world is approximately 11.5% of the Earth's population, yet we consume 80% of the world's resources. And I just want you to take a moment to let that sink in. 80% of the world's resources, and we are not even 12% of the world's population. We value extraction of resources and people and believe that we have the right to do so. Whatever we want to do with these resources without concern for how our actions impact colonized peoples, that's how we move forward. So speaking of extraction, we also extract cultural expression in the form of art and music, all based, these forms, art and music, are usually all based on African cultural expression. So rock and roll, blues music, jazz, hip hop, the music we listen to today is of African origin. White musicians have used these musical styles to further their own enrichment while denying the African origins of these styles, and great African musicians that pioneered these styles. Pablo Picasso, considered one of the greatest European painters, was inspired by African art, yet he denied it even existed. We believe in settler colonialism and that white European people were justified in assaulting Africa, ripping apart African families, stealing African people from their land and enslaving them, and then of course committing genocide against indigenous peoples here and stealing their land, and then settling on this land, this indigenous land, and calling it our own. This is how capitalism was created. This was the startup capital for our current economic system. So capitalism is a white power system. It upholds all of these cultural values that I've just talked about. We are in debt to Africa and African people. We would not be living the lives that we live today if it wasn't for this violent and destructive history. So it is time for us to repay this debt. All white people have benefited from colonialism and capitalism. And while we might not be part of the 1%, it's probably, I guess that maybe nobody here is technically part of the 1%. We are still part of that 11.5% of the world, that white population that consumes 80% of the world's resources. So all white people have access to wealth, whether it is social wealth, financial wealth, or physical wealth, meaning that white people on average live 10 years longer than African people. This is why we say in this movement that all white people owe reparations to African and colonized people. So this brings up questions for us to answer. Do we want to continue living these cultural values? Do we want to teach and or hand down these values to our children? Do we want to remain complicit in a violent and oppressive colonial system? Or do we want to take responsibility for our cultural and historical legacy? We can choose to stand up and say, I want to be involved in creating a different set of cultural values. I want to be part of repairing the damage. And really, this is why I'm a USM member, because I want to be part of repairing the damage. So this is where the Reparations Challenge, birthday fundraisers, and Art for Reparations campaigns come in. This is all part of repairing that damage. So I'm going to talk about the Reparations Challenge first, and then we're going to hear about the birthday fundraisers and the Art for Reparations campaign. All right, the reparations challenge. Next slide, please. And to clarify again, reparations are solidarity. They are not charity. Next slide. The reparations challenge calls on white people to think creatively about how we can raise reparations within our own white community. So this means taking stock of your skill set. What are you able to do? What were you trained in? What were you educated in? Can you utilize these skills in order to create some kind of fundraiser or event in order to raise reparations? Next slide. All of the reparations raised by the Reparations Challenge fund the Black Power Blueprint, which has been talked about extensively today. The Black Power Blueprint is a visionary Black-led anti-gentrification and economic empowerment program on the north side of St. Louis. Next slide, please. All right, so we're going to go through some of the reparations challenges that have happened over this past year. We did get a chance to see some of these in the regional reports, and I'm very excited to just give a quick highlight to all these amazing USM members who have participated in the reparations challenge. So just a couple of weeks ago, Mary and other artists put on Rock for Reparations, which was an online concert. It was awesome. It was really wonderful. Everybody that watched was able to contribute reparations. Next slide. Last summer, Corey and the band Serious Machine held a backyard concert along with other bands. So people got to get together, enjoy some music, kind of physically distance from each other during the pandemic, but still be in touch with each other. And we raised reparations. Next slide. Colin has done some really wonderful online wine tasting classes. Really exciting to see people, utilizing all kinds of skills. So thank you, Colin. Next slide. Hallie, of course, did her backyard cinema series. Very exciting as well. Addison was able to contribute music and art. You can go to Bandcamp to listen to some of Addison's music. Next slide. Jackson has held several trivia fundraisers, which are really interesting, looking at, some pop culture and different genres of literature through an African internationalist perspective. Really great trivia fundraisers. Thank you, Jackson. Next slide. Santosh has held online art parties, getting creative. He wanted to share his love of acrylic pour paintings, so he guided people. He held a class in teaching how to do these sort of acrylic pour paintings. We've had other artists come on and contribute, different craft projects to the online class. These have been really fun online art parties. Next. Lauren held an Ayurvedic wellness workshop. Big salute to Lauren, really steadfast comrade in all this work. Next slide. Carrie holds yoga for reparations classes. This is how many yoga teachers are there out there? We could have so many yoga teachers doing classes for reparations. Thank you, Carrie. Next slide. And then I've been doing a monthly bodywork reparations challenge. I'm so proud to have been able to do this for the past couple of years. I really appreciate the chance to be able to raise reparations for the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. So you can contribute your skills. This is just a very short list of, some simple things that almost any of us can do. And we could take part in the reparations challenge. You could offer childcare. You could have a book club where everybody pays reparations and you read a book about reparations, or you read some of Chairman Omali Yeshitela's books, or Overturning the Culture of Violence. Get a book club around that. Dog walking. You could hold a yard sale. And I'll have you go back to the previous slide, please. A bake sale. You could run a marathon like Allie did. You could teach any kind of class. You could do a skill share. You can do computer repair, mend clothing, make a zine or a chapbook. You could teach music lessons. You could do pet sitting. You could do gardening or yard work. any one of us would be able to hold a reparations challenge. Next slide. It's very simple to take part in the reparations challenge. You go to uhurusolidarity.org. Under the Get Involved tab, you click on Reparations Challenge, and then you fill out that form, and we will get back to you. And that is how you take part in the Reparations Challenge. We would love to hear your ideas of how you want to participate in this and raise reparations that fund the Uhuru movement programs and the Black Power Blueprint, Uhuru. And I want to bring on Monica to talk about the Birthday for Reparations campaign. Uhuru, Monica.
Uhuru, thank you, Leah. Thank you so much for that really powerful presentation. That was amazing. And thank you for the introduction. So my name is Monica, and I'm going to be sharing with you about the Birthdays for Reparations campaign. The next slide, please. I can't speak about this campaign without first saluting our leadership. I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party and his leadership, and for keeping it at the forefront that the political and the economic are one. I also want to salute Deputy Chair Onozine Yeshitela, her leadership and brilliant vision and implementation of the various institutions of the party, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and under it, the work of the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide, please. I'd also like to salute our leadership on the solidarity side, APSC members and board members of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, Kitty, Janice, Maureen, as well as Chairwoman Penny, and members of APSC and USM Chair Jesse, and USM Vice Chair, Treasurer, and Vice Chair of this committee, Amanda. Next slide, please.
Uhuru, Monica, sorry to interrupt, but okay, yeah, here's your slideshow. We weren't seeing the slides. Okay.
Oh, thank you. couldn't tell if they were up or not. Okay. So I want to put some faces to the names of the committee. So on the left here, we have Ron, our comrade in Seattle. So Ron is the committee's secretary and the follow-up coordinator. He creates and sends out our weekly meeting agendas, keeps our action items up to date, and as follow-up coordinator, he tracks fundraisers and provides engagement and support, and also mails thank yous and give back. So if you sign up to hold a fundraiser, you will hear from Ron. Pictured with Ron here in the middle is Janet. She is our committee's thank you coordinator. So she tracks the status of birthdays, mails out give backs and thank you cards, makes birthday phone calls, and is in communication with Black Power 96 regarding current and upcoming fundraisers to be acknowledged on air. Janet also fulfills a thank you role with IRMO. So both of these comrades bring just an abundance of energy, creativity, curiosity, and deep unity with African internationalism to this committee and contribute way more than I have time to talk about here. But I also want to make a little honorable mention. Her pictured here is also Peter on the right, doing on-the-ground outreach with Ron and Janet. And Peter just had his birthday earlier this month and held a successful birthday fundraiser. So Uhuru, Peter. And then on the right photo is myself. I coordinate and lead this committee and head up outreach. So if you've shared your birthday with us or have held a fundraiser in the past, then you'll hear from me. Next slide, please. So what exactly is the Birthdays for Reparations? Well, it began when Chairwoman Penny has held a fundraiser for her birthday a few years ago, and it has been growing ever since. Chairwoman Penny saw the opportunity to use her birthday to step off of the pedestal and return stolen wealth and resources. Next slide, please. So holding a birthday fundraiser for reparations is unlike any other birthday fundraisers you may see pop up on Facebook or elsewhere. A fundraiser for the African People's Education and Defense Fund is an act of reparations, a stance of concrete material solidarity with the African working class. It's about returning resources and acknowledging that everything that we have as white people is at the expense of colonized people. The celebration of a birthday, another year, another day on this earth is something that is taken for granted when African lives are lost to colonial violence, lack of access to food, education and healthcare, gentrification, and all these results of colonialism. So this is a way to address those deep disparities in a meaningful way, asking your friends and family, your colleagues to honor your birthday by putting resources into the programs of APEDF and the Black Power Blueprint. So the next few slides I'd like to share are some of the projects that the resources have gone to, go to, and will go to. Next slide, please. So one of the ways that APEDF and the Black Power Blueprint is achieving its mission is through purchasing condemned buildings and demolishing when necessary to start anew, or renovating using existing structures to transform unused and vacant properties and land into beautiful, vibrant, community-serving spaces. Next slide, please. So featured in this slide is the Mr. Gary Brooks Community Garden, in an outdoor event space, which hosts a marketplace, health festival, and other community and culture events. Next slide, please. There's a couple more photos here of the garden. Mr. Gary Brooks on the left and some garden volunteers. Next slide, please. So the Black Power Blueprint also works with local contractors to carry out these transformations. Here we see some continuing improvements being made to Aquaba Hall, increasing its visibility in the area where community events are hosted. Next slide, please. So one of the more recent projects of the Black Power Blueprint has been completing renovations and furnishing a fourplex for the Independent Workforce Program. So this is a program that provides housing, support, job tools to African people that are re-entering the community from the colonial prison system. Next slide, please. So these fundraisers are all about putting resources into Black-led self-determination projects. Like Leah mentioned, it's not about charity. Holding a fundraiser is an act of solidarity and is responding to the needs of the African working class. The photos here show a couple of the exciting upcoming projects. One is building a community basketball court. This is an area where there are not recreational opportunities. And also, I believe was mentioned earlier, Chairman Penny mentioned for her report for the Midwest, that there's a farmer's market that is coming up in just a few months. So the seeds that were planted last year in the garden are blooming and paving the way to host an actual farmer's market this year. So, this is providing the opportunity for the community and volunteers to create sustainable access to nutrient-rich food in an area where that has been absent. Next slide, please. I want to also mention that everyone and anyone can participate and hold a fundraiser. Anyone who cares about these programs and projects and wants to see a liberated African economy continue to build in St. Louis and beyond can participate. Pictured here, I just wanted to recognize some of the party members, Ticharwa, Bakari, Abdullah. They're pictured here with some garden volunteers. So next, I'd like to share with you a brief summation of the results of the Birthday Fundraisers campaign in 2020, where we're at right now for 2021, and the growth of this important revenue stream. So next slide, please. So in 2020, we had 64 fundraisers held and raised nearly $25,000 for the Blueprint. Some of the notable fundraisers, we had Jackson, who incorporated trivia into his fundraiser, as was also mentioned by Leah. Mads, who hosted a Zoom dance party for their birthday. Casey, who individually wrote to family and friends, asking for their support. And then I also want to acknowledge Matsamela and Aurora. Next slide, please.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
Thank you. So So in 2021, we have had 24 fundraisers completed and active, and have currently raised over $7,000 in resources for the blueprint. I want to acknowledge the top 5 fundraisers so far: Patty, Cami, Eliza, Whitney, and Rashada. Next slide, please. This is just a little visual snapshot of the campaign in 2020 versus 2021. So you can see where we're at so far for this year. We've had a 45% increase in where we were at this point the previous year. Next slide, please. So as a symbol of our appreciation, fundraisers that raise $200 plus will receive a photo magnet, and for raising $500 plus, you will receive a candle that has been created and crafted by Ron, who's our follow-up coordinator and secretary. Additionally, each participant going forward will receive a beautifully illustrated thank you card that was made specially for the birthday fundraisers. It's an original concept and designed by Janet, who's our thank you coordinator, and has been brought to digital life by Kendall, a volunteer. Next slide, please. So how do you hold a fundraiser? It's really so easy and so impactful to do. So the quickest way is to go to uhurusolidarity.org/birthdays. Whether your birthday is in a couple weeks, if it's tomorrow, if it's already happened and you want to hold it for the following year, that's where you can sign up, and then we'll get in contact with you. You can also just comment in the chat with your birthday, and we'll follow up with you. Next slide, please. So you can also get involved with this campaign by joining the committee. So we have specific roles to be filled in areas of social media, engagement, and outreach. If you're involved in your local area, you can also become your region's representative. So again, you can speak up in the chat, or you can email blackpowerbirthdays@gmail.com if you're interested in getting involved in that way. Next slide, please. So lastly, I'd like to say Uhuru and thank you to everyone joining today, and to everyone that has held and will hold a birthday fundraiser. That concludes this presentation for the Birthdays Reparations campaign. I'd like to introduce you to our comrade Eva, who is heading up the Art for Reparations and will present on that piece of the culture of reparations to you all next. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Monica and Leah, for these presentations. And I'm so excited to be building a culture of reparations with both of you. And thank you for the introduction, Monica. Uhuru, everyone. My name is Eva Conrad. I'm the lead USM organizer in Pittsburgh, and I'm currently leading the Art for Reparations campaign of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Next slide, please. Of course, I want to start out by saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party, who was the original art critic and has given so much understanding to that all art serves a class interest, and that art can function as imperialist art or revolutionary art. This event was a little bit touched on in the Southern Regional presentation, but this photo is from 1966 when Chairman Omali Yeshitela ripped down a despicable racist mural in the City Hall of St. Petersburg, Florida. The painting was a mockery of African people, painted by a white artist who was praised for their work by being granted this public space to display their quote-unquote art in City Hall. Chairman Omali Yeshitela ripped it straight down from the wall and was imprisoned for years for this bold, heroic act. Why is it that when colonized people use their freedom of expression to express the pain and frustration, they are imprisoned and slandered, yet white artists are able to freely express their oppressive ideologies? We know it's time white artists pay reparations, and Uhuru Solidarity Movement is the path to doing so. Next slide, please. African internationalism through Chairman Omali Yeshitela has shown us that white imperialism uses the idea that freedom of speech is used to justify slandering oppressed and colonized people. Art for white people has always been just another excuse to steal from and slander African people, and to hold hostage the physical artistic history of so many colonized nations. Next slide, please. The art market as we know it has been built for the white ruling class. Millions of artifacts robbed from the African communities and held in European museums as stolen trophies of imperialism, where they profit off these works for the past several hundred years up to this very moment. Art expressionist movements were also used by the US government in the Cold War to establish a look of free expression in a consistently oppressive nation, where we know far from all speak freely. White artists have the privilege of being in the canon of fine art since Western colonization. We want to see the many whose craft and brilliance is monetarily recognized give back to those whose creativity is waiting to be blossomed through African self-determination. Next slide, please. A few months ago in Paris, a Congolese political activist, Emery Mazulu Diabanza, went into the Louvre Museum and took an African sculpture as a protest against the fact that all of the African art in this French museum was stolen by the imperialist French Empire and colonialism. This bold act begs the question, who stole the art? This African man or the entire French nation who stole it in the first place, Diabanza said. I came here to take back what was stolen and plundered from us, to take back what was pillaged from Africa. They put him on trial, and he said colonialism is on trial. The art industry is built on colonialism, just like any other industry under capitalism, and these resources must be returned back to African people. Next slide, please. When talking about the colonial art industry, we're talking about something that's built on stolen African ideas. Pablo Picasso, as was mentioned, was entranced by African art when he first saw it, and soon after that, he was credited with inventing Cubism. He stole the visual style from traditional African art. The same can be said of Elvis, profiting off the genius rock and roll pioneers like Chuck Berry. African artists and musicians have always been the source to what white men pioneered creatively. These advances in culture are truly appropriated and credit all the enormous profit to white men with stolen ideas. This is why white artists owe reparations, because the entire art and music industry is built on this parasitic relationship. Art for Reparations is a call to white artists to use their impulse to create and channel that into an act of reparations. Here are some examples of what we have done with this campaign in the past. Next slide, please.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Thank you. First, I'd like to salute Hallie Murray, who led the Art for Reparations campaign over the last years and led many successful events and a committee. In 2018, the USM Boston branch organized to bring Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Chairwoman Penny Hess to speak at the Boston Museum of Fine Art in front of the slave ship painting by English artist J.M.W. Turner, made during the peak of the Atlantic slave trade. This painting was a statement of abolition against slavery, and it depicts enslaved Africans being thrown overboard by slave masters who threw their sick African hostages into the sea as so-called damaged goods for their insurance claims. If USM was around in Turner's era, we would have recruited him to become a member of USM and join the Art for Reparations Committee. Next slide, please. In 2019, we held a national art auction for the Black Power Blueprint, which won the participation of over 40 artists and donors around the country and raised thousands of dollars in reparations. It was held in a local cafe in Somerville, Massachusetts. Next slide, please. Here are some more photos of the auction in the Diesel Cafe. There were over 70 works total, and we covered all the walls of the building with art to raise reparations. Next slide, please. Following the auction, the cafe opened up their walls to us for a 2-month-long exhibit where we featured historical photos and posters of the African People's Socialist Party. White students came in to eat a sandwich next to the 1980s poster by the party reading, "The White House is the Rock House. Uncle Sam is the Pusher Man." This exhibit is one of the biggest victories in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement to occupy space for the party, short of having our own Solidarity Center. Next slide, please. So what surged the revitalization of this committee? As we saw a major uproar against the murder of George Floyd this past summer. Next slide, please. Millions of people evaluated the way that social media can be used. Many put a halt to the content they typically share and used the platform of Instagram and other social media spheres to spread information that large media outlets were not going to share. As this time carried on and people began posting their own content again, many decided to use their creative endeavors to raise reparations and mutual aid funds. Next slide, please. As an artist myself, also participating in and organizing art raffles and silent auctions online, I saw how monetarily valuable having a following could be. Not only this, but the artists doing fundraising gained a lot of traction and became even more connected with like-minded revolutionary artists. I knew the potential was huge to organize white artists who support reparations, and that their ability to use social media to fundraise was a resource that Uhuru had yet to fully tap into. I see how art making is innate to being human, and much like all aspects of life under Western imperialization, compositional ideas in art and music have been colonized. It is time to use the will of revolutionary expression to raise up the lives of African people globally. It is time that African self-determination be part of the white artist's goals of making, and because every human has the right to express themselves freely and creatively. Next slide, please.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm going to breeze through this last bit. The Art for Reparations raffle will host a selected group of established, mostly white artists to raffle off original work of arts. This will be held on their own platforms on social media, as well as on an e-commerce site where we host the buying of raffle tickets. And we're set to kick this off at the end of July. The long-term vision is to turn the canon of contemporary artists into reparations-making machine. We want to inspire a movement of white artists to publicly come out and support reparations to the African people. We want to start a movement demanding reparations from museums, and we support the demand to return stolen African art to African people. This includes relaunching the revolutionary movement to ask white artists to use creativity to support African working class revolution, form this raffle as semi-annually or quarterly, to build this committee and to develop curation to seek out established artists who have made claims of support to the Black community, and to build an artistic reparations movement by hosting in-person exhibition by the year 2023, asking artists to involve themselves in the visual conversation of reparations. And we can kind of skip through to the end of who we're looking to get involved, and if this has struck your interest, if you're an artist yourself, if you're a curator, an art historian, have done art management, a musician, writer, poet, marketer, if we have any virtual reality experts out there, or anyone that has creative ideas of how the art that they make or that others make can raise reparations and grow this movement as a global one, we please ask you to join us in this committee. And if you're interested in getting involved, our first committee meeting will be April 28th at 11 a.m. If you're not able to make this time but want to get involved, please send an email to pittsburgh@uhurusolidarity.org. And we're just really looking forward to building an Art for Reparations culture with you and Uhuru. And yes, I'm going to pass the mic over to Mary to talk about Rock for Reparations. Thank you all for giving me the stage.
Uhuru. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Eva, for that powerful presentation, and to everyone who's presented this weekend. I want to salute everyone taking part in this whole convention, and I unite with all of the revolutionary messages being shared this weekend. So I'm Mary, and on April 3rd, I hosted the Rock for Reparations benefit concert for the Black Power Blueprint. It was awesome. And so basically, as soon as I learned about the opportunity for organizing a reparations challenge, I jumped on it and knew exactly what I wanted to do. As a singer-songwriter, I wanted to use my music to build reparations from the white folks in my family and my friend circles and my community. And originally I was going to do the show all on my own. That was the original plan, but Hallie suggested getting other musician friends involved to help grow the audience and subsequently grow the amount of reparations raised. And, that worked great. I reached out to 4 other white musicians in the Philadelphia music community, 2 of which I had met through Temple University, where I attended and I studied music education. And then 2 other people I had met just through the music scene in Philadelphia. And they jumped right on board and were awesome. And so in addition to showcasing our music, we each shared a few words expressing our solidarity with Black Power and our desire to build unity through reparations. And Hallie put together a brief video highlighting these messages, and I'd like to share that with you now. Roll clip.
I'm a rock and roll artist in a rock and roll band, and rock and roll was created and invented by Black artists. And if you enjoy rock and roll, you should be paying some reparations.
As a white musician, I felt it was my responsibility to use music as a way to fund this organization. All of my musical inspiration can be traced back to Black creators, so I feel a responsibility to give back.
I made a sign for all my fans. Go to uhurusolidarity.org right now.
Reparations are well past owed. They need to be given now.
I believe in paying reparations to the Black community, and I'm really excited to see all of the donations coming in tonight. So I'm going to get to some music.
Okay, Uhuru, awesome video. So our goal was to raise $400 for the Black Power Blueprint, and by the end of the evening, we had raised $850. So the event was a huge success, and it was a lot of fun to put on. I really salute Hallie for her dedication in helping me organize this event, which is something I'd never done before, and for emceeing throughout the night also. I also salute Declan for doing the behind the scenes technical work, Amanda, who was updating us on the donations of the night. And I also salute Tiffany Murphy. Tiffany is a Philadelphia-based leader of the African People's Socialist Party, and she spoke in the beginning just about the party's significance to Philadelphia, and she said a few words about the Uhuru Furniture Store in North Philly. So overall, it was just a really powerful night, and my hope is that it's the first of many Rock for Reparations events. This was virtual, hopefully we can do lots of these in person. And so if you're a musician and this sounds like something you'd like to organize, please don't hesitate to get in touch with us. We want these types of events to become regular occurrences within the white community. So Uhuru, thank you for having me.
Pardon the delay, Uhuru. Thank you so much for that incredibly powerful workshop. It's really amazing to see that kind of dynamic work happening for reparations. So we now turn to our final panel before our National Steering Committee elections, which are very important. The last panel before the election is entitled Extending African Internationalism Onto the Pedestal, Winning the War of Ideas, featuring Lisa Watson, a member of the Central Committee of the African People's Solidarity Committee and coordinator of APSC's Agitprop, Kyle Weiss, who is also a member of APSC and USM, and myself, Jamie Simpson. Uhuru, and I will now turn it over to Comrade Lisa.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Jamie. As
Jamie said, my name is Lisa, and I am responsible for Agitprop for the African People's Solidarity Committee. And I will be talking about the war of ideas that the African People's Socialist Party is engaged in and winning, and our responsibility from the White Solidarity Front of the Uhuru movement to bring the ideas and understandings of African internationalism into our community. Next slide, please. I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. Next slide, please. And I salute Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela as well. Next slide, please. I salute APSP Agitprop Director Akile Anayi, under whose leadership I work, and I just salute the entire National Central Committee of the party. Next slide. I also salute my direct leadership in the African People's Solidarity Committee, APSC Chair Penny Hess, and the entire APSC National Central Committee as well. Next slide. And I just salute USM Chair Jesse Neville and the USM National Steering Committee for organizing this profound national convention, and just everyone who has presented reports this weekend. It's so great to meet all of you. You're amazing, talented organizers and leaders of the areas of work that you're responsible for, and I just salute you so much. Next slide, please. And I know we are all here today because for this convention and in this work because we want to be part of changing the world. And we're not just consumers of information or bystanders. We want to take action. Next slide, please. But our actions must be informed by a worldview and a political theory. And if we are stepping up to take a stand of genuine solidarity with African people's struggle for justice and freedom, then the political theory we must study and internalize is African internationalism, the revolutionary political theory and practice developed by Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party for 50 years, and representing the worldview and interests of the African working class around the world, which is also in our truest interests as well. Next slide, please. Every day of our lives, we are bombarded by the colonial narrative, colonial lies that justify our way of life, that tell the stories of the colonizer, a view of the world from our perspective, or vapid and cynical entertainment, all devoid of any political understanding of how things got to be the way they are today, or a hopeless vision of the future. Next slide, please. As members of the Solidarity Front of this movement, we have to proactively seek out and surround ourselves with the anti-colonial narrative. Next slide. As has been discussed in this convention by the chairman and others, one of the main ideas we are winning that distinguishes African internationalism from other political lines includes that the police violence and extreme disparities that exist between the white community and the African community is because of colonialism, not racism. And the party has made it very clear that African people are colonized wherever they are, including inside the US, and that African people are struggling for national liberation. So that means that all white people are part of the colonizer nation, the white nation. So we must become anti-colonialist, not anti-racist. And it's not just semantics. We have to understand what these terms mean. And the chairman has said people use terms like institutional racism, structural racism. Then why not call it what it is, colonialism? Because that informs what has to be done in a much clearer way. Next slide.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Another key understanding in the War of Ideas is that the African People's Socialist Party is the vanguard party that leads the worldwide revolution. Next slide. And that APSC and USM are directly under the leadership of and accountable to the African People's Socialist Party. Next slide. Our mission as the Solidarity Front of this movement is to organize political and material support, raise and pay reparations, not as a favor or charity, True reparations is a function of the revolution to return political and economic power into the hands of African people. Next slide. We must study to become African internationalists. Study African internationalist theory and its analysis of history and current events. Study the history of African internationalism in practice, which is the 50-year history of the African People's Socialist Party, including the history of APSC. And study the seeds of the future society, which we can see in the over 50 Uhuru movement organizations and institutions on the ground today. And that is covered in the Burning Spear newspaper and other movement media outlets. Next slide. And we use these ideas to agitate, educate, and organize in our community for reparations and solidarity from the white community with the African Revolution. Next slide. I do want to talk about some of the incredible resources we have to study and deepen our understandings of African internationalism. The party's Agitprop department is winning the war of ideas through political education programs, including O'Malley Taught Me, every Sunday at 8 a.m. Eastern. And I encourage everyone here to commit to coming to this. You will learn so much every single time. Next slide. The party's Agitprop department is winning the war of ideas through Burning Spear Media, an institution of Black Star Industries, which means it is dual and contending media of the African Revolution. Burning Spear Media includes the Burning Spear newspaper, which has been in continuous print since 1968, and Burning Spear Publications, which is the party's press, publishing books, video documentaries, posters, and more. Next slide. One way we're waging the war of ideas in the white community is through the White Solidarity with Black Power column in the Burning Spear newspaper, coordinated by APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess, and under the leadership of the party, and with articles also contributed by Jesse Neville and other great writers in the Solidarity movement. You can read that in the Spear in print and online, and also on the APSC website. And just salute to comrades Sandy, Len, Jackson, Soren, and Ian, members of the Solidarity movement and NTU volunteers from the white community who contribute to the production of the Burning Spear each month. Next slide. So we must study, but also really adopt this as our own media. This is the media we turn to and contribute to its growth. And there's a lot of ways to do that. You can subscribe, you can contribute to the prisoner subscription program, sell the Spear in your community, purchase the books and other publications, and approach local bookstores about carrying them as well. Next slide. And I really want to emphasize the importance of selling the Spear. It's one of the pieces of solidarity work we have to be doing on a weekly and even daily basis, and the party's Agitprop is calling on us to increase our distribution of the Spear. So go to burningspearmarketplace.com, order your bundle of Spears and your struggle bag, keep it stocked and with you wherever you go. Do the outreach tabling that is part of USM's strategy. And the Spear is just a tremendous tool for organizing and studying the white community, to introduce white people to African internationalism and the perspective of the African working class. And as mainstream newspapers decline, this is the time for independent African revolutionary media. Next slide. Blackmore 96 Radio. You got to tune in and listen. Next slide. And support that as well by becoming a supporting member. Next slide. APSC Agitprop works under the leadership of the party's Agitprop and under the leadership of the APSC Office of the Chair, Penny Hess. And we must get the message out about who APSC is much more widely, to find all the people from the white community who are looking for a way to take this kind of principled stand of white solidarity with Black power. And one of the best weapons we have in the war of ideas is the book Overturning the Culture of Violence, written by Penny under the chairman and the party's leadership. And this is where you can read a history of the world through the eyes of colonized people, as well as some of the history of APSC, including how APSC came to adopt African internationalism as our own political theory. Next slide. We are also taking the war of ideas in the white community through APSC National Studies. Next slide. Uhuru Planet Reparations Apparel, as everyone has seen. Next slide. And I'm going to pass it now to two comrades who lead powerful fronts in the war of ideas. The visuals team, led by Kyle, producing compelling graphics and videos, and the Reparations in Action radio show, now in its White Lies Shattered series, led by Comrade Jamie. So Kyle, turning it over to you.
All right. Uhuru, thank you, Lisa. I just really want to salute this whole convention so far. It's been incredible, and just really want to salute USM and APSC leadership, and a huge salute to the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Shatella. And I'm going to get through this pretty quickly. So this is the visual content team, USM. Next slide. So it's really important for us to recognize that when we contribute any creative skills to the Uhuru movement, it's not just some charitable contribution that we're making, that we're recognizing that all of our time and skills we're turning it over to the African Revolution as reparations for the continued looting of Africa, African labor, and African creativity. And recognizing that pretty much anything related to art and design was created in Africa by African people. So next slide. Sorry, I don't know what happened with my camera. All right. And so for the War of Ideas, we recognize that we're not just producing graphics and videos. We're not just technicians of knowing how to use certain software and equipment. We recognize that we're tasked with being propagandists, and that means that the most important aspect of our work in creating visual content is winning the war of ideas, of contributing to the political education of the white community to internalize African internationalism and become African internationalists, and become reparations paying members of the white community. Next slide. So some of the things that we do in the visual content team is video production, and that involves from concepting to storyboarding, all the videography, sourcing of footage, editing, animation, and that includes in short and longer format videos. Next slide. And so this is just a couple of GIFs from some recent videos that we've produced over the last year. So I really want to salute all the team that has done this, but this is just an idea of what some of the stuff that we do looks like, and just like really aggressive, really militant, and really mobilizing. Next slide. And some of the digital design that mostly is for like Instagram, Facebook, and other social media. This is an example of a political education piece, because in the war of ideas, we have to win people away from the politic they're in and into the anti-colonial reparations politic. And so this is just one example of something that we had done before for Instagram that was pretty popular, highlighting some anti-colonial quotes from the chairman. Next slide.
Uhuru, 2 minutes.
And also print design. So this is just some examples of print design work that we do, like some posters promoting events, or promoting the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaign, stickers that you can plaster around the city, or different buttons and flyers and brochures about the movement. Next slide. And so I want to salute our main contributors to the team right now. We have Nick. Nick's photo is it looks like he lived in the 1800s, but he is present day. But I really want to salute Nick. He's an amazing video editor. Marissa's been doing great graphic design work. Gerardo is an awesome video editor and animator. Maggie's been doing amazing illustration and design work. Carrie M's doing graphic design work. Kyle M has been doing video editing work, and then also Hallie, who you've seen throughout the convention, has been doing some great video editing and graphic design work as well. Next slide. And so some upcoming projects, a lot of print and digital video promotions for the Reparations Legacy Project, which is the main campaign of USM this year, as well as the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaign. So we need to put out a lot of propaganda for that, and different materials to promote demonstrations and events coming up, including the Days of Reparations to African People later in the year. And then, of course, just continual political education, social graphics. Next slide. So So if you or anybody that you know has any of these skills or interest in video production, photography, video editing, videography, graphic design, illustration, and want to be a part of this team, please reach out and we will be in touch with you. And now I want to turn it over to Jamie Uhuru.
Uhuru, Kyle, Uhuru, Lisa. Wow. Really, really great work, comrades. So my name's Jamie Simpson, and I am honored to be the host and coordinator of Reparations in Action, an anti-colonial podcast. And this is part of Winning the War of Ideas Behind Enemy Lines. It's also a weekly radio program on Black Power 96. And this is a program of white solidarity with Black Power that calls on white people, to view news, history, world events through the eyes of the African working class, featuring Chairwoman Penny Hess of the African People's Solidarity Committee, myself, and Chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Jesse Neville, every Friday from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Time, wherever you listen to podcasts or on Black Power 96.3. Next slide. And, Reparations in Action itself has been around since approximately 2014 is when I had the honor of beginning that podcast when it was back on Uhuru Radio. We had to take a brief hiatus within the last year, and we've returned with the series titled White Lies Shattered. And this is using African internationalism to refute the white colonial narrative. It's a 13-week series on reparations in action in which we go through these various lies that we tell ourselves as white or European people about how this colonial system came into existence, how it's maintained, its history. We go through the truth and we destroy those lies. Next slide, please. And of course, I want to begin by giving all credit where credit is due and saluting the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the co-founder and leader of the Uhuru movement, and Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela. Without these comrades and the other comrades in the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, we wouldn't be able to provide any of the analysis that we do provide on reparations in action. Next slide. And I want to salute Director Akile Anayi and Black Power 96.3 LPFM in St. Petersburg. Please tune into that radio station. It's incredible. And Director Akile Anayi's leadership is absolutely crucial to the success of Reparations in Action, not to mention the work that she does, uploading the program on Black Power 96. Really appreciate Director Akile. Uhuru, next slide. And Black Power 96 itself is just an amazing institution of the African working class, putting out news and analysis, culture, music, talk shows. I mean, I can't say enough about Black Power 96. So it's such an honor to be part of this. And we are part of the Black Power 96 team as Reparations in Action. So it's really an honor to be part of this revolutionary institution. Next slide.
Uhuru, 2 minutes.
Thank you. And of course, the entire concept of this show came from African People's Solidarity Committee Chairwoman Penny Hess and her Overturning the Culture of Violence project, based on the book Overturning the Culture of Violence, the thumbnail sketch of history through the eyes of African workers and indigenous peoples and the non-white peoples of the world when they met white people. So very important book, and really salute Chairwoman Penny. Next slide. And the Reparations in Action team, I really want to salute these comrades. On the top, we have pretty much our core team in terms of production. Myself there, Chairwoman Penny Hess, and Chair Jesse Neville. I can't say enough about what Chair Jesse Neville does for the show. He's absolutely critical to it on so many levels, as often our engineer and on-air co-talent. Also, Sandy Forrest, who connects us with other radio stations and gives us critical counseling. Lisa Watson, who steps in sometimes to sound engineering when Chair Jesse can't, and helps us with promotions. Marcel Marius, he's really a strong comrade in terms of engineering, original music production. Salute Marcel. And then we have our vast network of comrades. These are some of the main ones who do promotions. Sarah Riddesbach helping us out with a press release that was really awesome. Alana Woods helping with the newsletter. Amanda Carlozzi with getting it up on the podcast sites. We got Comrade Len Demmer, who's helping to make sure it's on Reddit. Comrade Ali Aiello, who produces the newsletter that promotes it, does emails and more. We've got Comrade Marissa Ricchetti, who does social media. And we've got, of course, Kyle Weiss, who created the graphic template for the show. So salute the team. Next slide.
We're at time for this section.
Oh, geez. Okay, so these are, if we could just speed through, I'll just take another minute here. I'm sorry. These are the episodes: Shattering the Lie that Europeans discovered the New World, or a New World, shattering the lies that Africans sold themselves into slavery. And next slide. And shattering the lie that capitalism has benign origins and only later became imperialism. Next slide. Destroying the lie that it's not about race, it's about class. Next slide. These are some upcoming lies to be shattered in the coming weeks. The American Revolution was fought for liberty from tyranny. The white man settled the West. Civil War had nothing to do with slavery. The abolition of slavery was based on the goodwill of white people. Good liberal Democrats passed the Civil Rights Act out of concern for African people, and the U.S. spreads and protects democracy around the world. And finally, there's nothing we can do. There is no revolution. A really big lie. So stay tuned for that. Next slide. And we want to salute the comrade DJ Eddie Maltzby and Sandy Forrest for a very successful member drive. We raised over $600. Check that out. It's on Facebook. Next slide. And we want to thank our listeners. We went from an average of 8 listeners per episode to over 115 per episode. So really doing great there. Next slide. And we're up 217% on our downloads on Podbean. Next slide. Global audiences include US, Australia, Canada, Indonesia, and Mexico. Next slide. And this is how people find us on Spotify, Podbean, Apple Podcasts, and Google Chrome. Next slide. We recently had Penny Hess, chairwoman of APSC, on the podcast United States of Race. Salute to Laura Brown for helping us connect with the host of United States of Race, DB Crema. We want to reach out to more podcast hosts. Next slide. And we encourage you to join the team, write press releases, promote on social media, graphic design, sound editing, original music production, outreach to other podcasters, research and invite future guests, analyze podcast listenership and data trends, and upload to podcast sites and more. So please do join the team. Next slide. And this is how you can listen. You can tune in on Podbean, YouTube, Spotify, really wherever you listen to podcasts. Next slide. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Jamie and Kyle. I have some final calls to action, very important. Yesterday, you heard the call from APSP Agitprop Director Akile Anai. Any white people with advanced skills in technology, marketing, communications, turn your skills over to the African Revolution, in particular to the party's Department of Agitprop and Burning Spear Media as a stance of reparations. I want to salute all the comrades who are doing that, and also some that we haven't seen as much in this conference, including Mark in San Francisco. I know we have seen James in Washington, D.C. Those are 2 comrades who contribute so much to the website work, and also to Ian, who's been contributing layout skills to the Burning Spear. And we need to win many more skilled people like that. Next slide. And some immediate needs include skilled web developers for the revamp of burningspearmarketplace.com and the burningspear.com, InDesign layout designers to join the team producing the Spear each month. Digital marketers and graphic designers are needed to help Burning Spear Media expand its reach. and video editors are needed to create some short promo videos to help win funding for Burning Spear Media and Black Power 96 Radio. So let us know in the chat, or you can go to burningspear.com and click on Get Involved. So that's for the Burning Spear and Agitprop. Next slide. And we are also recruiting into APSC Agitprop. In addition to the roles that Kyle and Jamie put out for their teams, we are immediately seeking project directors, graphic designers, digital marketers, proofreaders, WordPress website volunteers, social media team members, and a photo librarian and archivist. That's really important. We really need that. And so if any of those roles appeal to you, please email info@apscuhuru.org for that. And then next slide, we really want to have people save the date for a special event that's going to be coming up on May 15th in the evening. And APSC will be hosting that with special guest Chairman Omalia Shatella, and more to come out on that very soon. Next slide. And also just want people to stay tuned for announcements about a study series on the party's 14-point platform and spear studies organized by the African People's Solidarity Committee in your region. So just salute the party and USM. And next slide, Uhuru. The party is winning, Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much for that powerful workshop, Comrade Lisa and Kyle. That was really great. So we want to move on now to the discussion section of this workshop. We have 10 minutes for discussion. So let's open it up. I want to see if the panelists have anything to say first. We do have a couple of comments coming in from online.
Uhuru, let's hear the comments from online.
Okay, let's go there. So first of all, we have Director Akile says, for birthday for reparations section, for those who aren't on Facebook and can't utilize the nonprofit fundraiser tool, what are some options for those forces who would like to use their birthdays as a means to raise reparations? I've seen dance parties and concerts held for reparations. Is it possible to incorporate the organization of birthday parties, dinners that would be used as a means for people to raise reparations from family and friends? This may also be helpful for people who don't have large friend accounts on Facebook.
That was from Director Akile?
Yes, unless there's another Akile.
Well, thank you, Director Akile. That's a great idea. I totally unite. And I know there's at least one person, Patty in Boston, who just held an offline birthday fundraiser and raised a lot of resources. But I think that is something we should promote more. And Monica, if you're still there, if you'd like to speak to that as well, please feel free.
Uhuru, thanks, Jesse. Yeah, actually, I sped up my presentation a little bit and had this in there and didn't get a chance to say it, but I did want to let people know that it is definitely possible. Yeah, and Patty had a really successful fundraiser this year, completely offline. I know that there have been other ways that people have been engaging with their contacts over Instagram. There are ways to, do this. There's so many different ways that people can do it if they're offline or online or a combination of both. Even taking some lessons from the reparations challenges, if you want to do something like that, like maybe you have a birthday yard sale or a birthday concert event, or I don't know, go big, go as big as you want to. I think it's really just a matter of, letting people know that this is something that you're doing and that you are, making your birthday an act of reparations. And, maybe if people give you gifts, you ask that people give you funds to put towards the Black Power Blueprint instead. And another thing to note, Director Akile, I appreciate this question, and just want to let you know that we also, as the committee, are here to help you or help anyone that wants to do an offline birthday fundraiser. We're here to support you and help you come up with different ways to
make it happen. And are in communication with you throughout the entire process. So you wouldn't be on your own. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Monica. Unless there are any more comments on that point, we have another question coming in from Vanessa on Zoom in St. Petersburg, who asks, what is the party's stance on personal or private property? I will open that up first to Chair Jesse. It did make me think of some episodes of Reparations in Action, White Lies Shattered series, and what Hosea Jaffe has to say about the formation.
Chairwoman Penny Hess would like to perhaps speak to that.
Yes.
If you're there, Chairwoman Penny.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Vanessa, Comrade Vanessa from St. Petersburg asks, what is the party's stance on personal or private property?
Okay. I mean, I'm sorry. I just wasn't expecting that question, but
I thought I saw you unmute. I'm sorry.
I wanted to unmute. I'm sorry. This is maybe that we can have a different discussion on that question, because the whole question that private property that the chairman has talked about a lot is, essential to capitalism, and collective property is socialism. But, it's not saying that people can't have certain property in this world today, but it means that because white people have the social wealth, that is why we owe reparations, because we have access to, among other things, private property, resources, generation wealth, and just so many things based on the reality of being the colonizer nation, sitting on the pedestal of the oppression of African people. And so that is the basis for the stand for reparations. And I appreciate that question. Sorry, I was trying to come on because I wanted to salute the workshops. They were just so amazing. And, I just thought that I just really wanted to salute Leah's presentation. It was outstanding, just an incredible winning stance of why we want to take reparations. And I think that in a lot of ways, it is this question of private property. And I think that, just of what that means and how, one of the things that can be looked at is it is discussed a little bit in some of these of the White Lies Shattered, how private property was European, and most of the rest of the world did not have private property. And so, it was an essential factor. It was one of the things that was ushered in through capitalism, that was born through the assault on Africa and the colonization of African people and genocide around the world. And so, but this is something, and I do appreciate the question, and it's something that we can have like a forum or discussion about. And I think that we should do that, because we do have our monthly studies as APSC and also our radio show. So I appreciate that. And but again, I just really wanted to salute the workshop on the culture of reparations. All of you were amazing. I just can't say enough about it. I mean, the birthday fundraiser, and then the arts and the music, and just, Comrade Leah's overview and political statement was really, really powerful. So that was so exciting. And, also the work of the InfoEd and, just getting the word out, and Comrade Lisa and Kyle and all the videographers and Nick and Ashley, who's here, and all the people who have done an amazing job with these incredible videos. And I really want to salute Comrade Nick, and who's just sort of given a whole style and Uhuru movement swag to the video process, and just put your stamp on it. It's really, really turning over skills and resources, and all the comrades who participated in the videos, and Comrade Jamie and the radio show, and just it's just a really, really great. So,
thank you, Chairman Penny, and I did see Chairman Amalia Shatella actually come on for a moment. And Chairman, very honored to have you here with us on day 2. And if there's anything you'd like to say in response to this discussion, please do. Uhuru, Chairman.
Well, thank you, Comrade. I think it's an important and interesting question. If some of you who were familiar with the work that we were doing in our election campaigns in St. Louis, know that one of the attacks that was made on our candidates, the socialists, who was the idea that we were socialists who want to take people's property, they want to take people's houses, and that's what socialism was put forward as meaning. And so it was kind of a whisper campaign that was going on, and this was put forth by one of the St. Louis neo-colonial alderpersons attacking our candidates. And this has been a common thing that we hear coming about communism or socialism, that somehow the socialists, they want to take your property. They don't want you to own any property, anything like that. And this is a way that the capitalists pulls this army of people who think they own something or who want to own something someday into defense of capital, defense of private property. And they take this issue of private property to mean something that is entirely different from what we've talked about. The idea is not to take somebody's house, but to make it possible for everybody to have houses. And the idea is not to take somebody's personal belonging, but to make it possible for everybody to be able to have things and to collectivize the whole social experience. And what this is about is the struggle that we are making is about the dealing with this profound contradiction, because there is under the capitalist system, there's socialized production. The fact is that people all over the world, in many instances, participate in producing a single garment or a single product, even if they don't know each other. And when they do know each other, sometimes in the same factories and things like that. But it's socialized production. And which indeed most human production is socialized production. That's one of the things that help to establish human as different from other animals, that we collectively, have made this, and come together. This is a matter of having to exist and produce socially what we need to exist. And what has happened is with the advent, particularly of capitalism, but even pre-capitalist activity and modes of ownership and things like that in Europe. But particularly under capitalism, what has happened is the means of producing things no longer is something that is in the hands of a single producer. It's now in the hands, its own, the means and ownership of the means of production now collectivized, now in the hands of a very narrow group of people who own and control the means of production. That's the capitalist class. And it defends itself by saying that the socialists want to do what they have done. The socialists want to take your property when it is the capitalists who've taken everybody's property. And so they win this army of support from people who don't have any damn thing, barely, majority of whom are people who are hanging on by their fingernails by saying that the socialists are against private property. I haven't said that. The fact is that private property is an issue, but it's something that has, and it's an issue perhaps different from how people are capable of, many people are capable of dealing with the question, because it's the whole society revolves around, and the ideas in the society revolve around the way that society produces what it needs to exist. I've said it before, and because it's a cheap and easy thing to say, like this whole concept that Hillary Clinton put forth about it takes a village to raise a child. That's an African concept. That's a concept that says that every adult in the community is the parent. That concept comes from the kind of collective economy that is particular, that has something that Africa and I suspect other cultures have enjoyed. So it's not my child as a form of ownership. Here you have private property under capitalism and with the European experience, meaning something that isolates human beings from each other, separate us from society, social responsibilities, and social relationships that allow us to grow and develop in a decent way. So when we say that we oppose to private property, we're not talking about the same thing that the capitalists are talking about. We're talking about, even this discussion presupposes the legitimacy of society where things are privately owned. Your starting point in the brain is that, wow, they want to take my shoes. They want to take my private this or my private that. And the reality is that that's a whole capitalist understanding of everything. I agree that it's European, but it's a real serious feature, a fundamental feature of capitalism. And the way we perceive that is based on the fact that the ideological influence of the capitalist system itself. So that may not have been very helpful, but I just wanted to make that comment. And I wanted to make because it has practical implications too, as we saw, for example, right there in St. Louis, as the capitalists and their minions will accuse us of being who they are. They're the ones who are stealing the properties and keep taking the people's resources. They hoard. What was the comment who talked about how this less than 12% of the people on the planet Earth having access and controlling 80% of the wealth in the world, the resources in the world. That's what you're looking at when you're talking about private property. This is the thing that they are defending when they attack us for wanting to destroy this private ownership of the means of production. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
I just really thank you, Chairman. I mean, that is so helpful. And again, I want to thank, was it Vanessa that from St. Pete, right? That raised that.
Yes.
Come at this whole concept, just a little bit, mess with it a little bit. What I'm defending is my home, my house. My neighbor doesn't have a damn home or house, and there are tents strewn all over underpasses throughout this country where human beings are being forced to live. But what has happened is my old brain and everything, it's been personalized, individualized, and abstracted in a way that I am separate from the rest of the community. That's the damn private property issue. And even you will find a difference in even how the poorest person will make a decision about the interests of the community, depending on whether or not that person owns even just the slightest bit of property, a raggedy ass house that doesn't, this or that. You will see differences in the attitudes, because with this, as opposed to a collective society, this gives this individual a special individual interest as opposed to the interest of the community. And that's problematic. And that's why the issue of private property is really a question. It's a real serious issue.
Yes, it is, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you so much for addressing that. And again, and also I just want to read quickly what I think Paul Kessler said: social control, voting power, lawmaking and the military police force are all tied to private property and imperialism. And yeah, that's a very good point, Paul. And I do want us to have a whole forum on this. I do think that this is a really critical question and something that that we could really spend an entire event discussing, and having the chairman giving us the leadership of African internationalism around this and how the party's moving, and even what we were talking about earlier and reporting on the party's strategy for dual and contending power, which is building, as he said, territorial land bases of power of the African working class. It's a really, and every successful revolution has used that same strategy that the party is building right now. And I think that that's related to this question, and it's something that I would like to have the opportunity to discuss that, and have the chairman, as it says, play with these ideas and really delve into it, and have a discussion with all of you. So maybe we can do that really soon. And again, I appreciate it, and I thank you, Chairman, for that. And basically, I had just really wanted to salute the workshops this afternoon, and of course this whole convention. And I'm just so impressed by the leadership and responsibility being taken by so many comrades for different areas, all of which just fit together and make this question of organization real and alive and dynamic. And seeing the leadership of the party in action, what we say, reparations in action, just like all of these places, all of these comrades who are taking on a responsibility to carry out some form of the work around reparations, and to see that, how critical organization is, and and that we have to fight for it, and we have to keep building it. And I really salute the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, all the leaders and all the levels. It was incredibly, moving and powerful to see. So, Uhuru. And I just want to say, in the leadership of Chair Jesse Neville, which we will be talking about in the next workshop.
Uhuru, I unite. Thank you, Chairwoman Penny Hess. Thank you, Chairman Amalia Shatella, and of course, Chair Jesse Neville. Thank you, everyone, for that really powerful discussion. This has been such an amazing and powerful day. Now we are going to bring back on pretty rapidly from her last appearance, APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess, who is tasked with appointing the USM National Chair at the annual National Uhuru Solidarity Movement Convention each year, with approval from the African People's Socialist Party as enumerated in the USM Constitution. Then we will proceed to the election of the rest of the National Steering Committee, which is voted into office by the USM members who are in attendance at the annual convention. But first, for the appointment of the USM National Chair, I'd like to bring back on APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess.
Uhuru. Well, I'm very honored to have this task, and I just wanted to reiterate what we know, that we are the organization of white people under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, led by Chairman Omali Shatella. And all of our direct work is led and accountable to the National Central Committee of the party and the office of Deputy Chair Onasene Shatella. And that the Constitution of the African People's Socialist Party has certain posts, and maybe tied to organizations that are not elected. They are appointed, and they have to be appointed and approved by the National Central Committee of the party. And one of those is the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. That is an appointed post. And so one of the most important things that has to be, qualification for being the chair of APSC is that, of Uhuru Solidarity Movement, is that the leader of USM has to have the confidence and approval of the chairman, of deputy chair, of the National Central Committee of the party. And so I can say without reservation that Comrade Chair Jesse Neville has the approval and the confidence of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Ona Yeshitela, and the African People's Socialist Party, and that it is my honor to appoint Comrade Jesse, as to have the responsibility to continue the role of chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And I want to say that based on basically, first of all, what we see today, we see powerful leaders of Uhuru Solidarity Movement from all over right now, from all over the US, rising up. But it takes leadership to be able to win, to train, and to politically, educate and lead every single day such a dynamic force. And that it is the deep unity with African internationalism and the incredible commitment and the leadership of Comrade Jesse Neville, who is devoted and deeply committed to the leadership of the party and to carrying out what is needed, and deeply committed to reparations and winning reparations from the white population to the African Revolution and to socialism and to the goal of doing what is needed to be done to win the white population to take on our responsibility to go behind enemy lines, to be the voice of the African Revolution in whiteface under the leadership of the Vanguard Party, and which is the African People's Socialist Party. And Comrade Jesse has shown that he does what he's called on to do by the party with incredible enthusiasm, science, just with a principled stance, with confidence, just with real humanity. He's a great leader, really embodies the stand of cadre and of principled stand of North Americans. He wins people, he trains them, he expects the best from his forces, and he wins the best. He brings out the best, and that is truly a great leader. He builds organization. He brings out the strengths of everyone and does whatever has to be done on every level, from the most simple to the most complicated. And we all know that Comrade Jesse was asked to come to St. Louis for 2 weeks, really, the last 2 weeks of the election, to bring all of the, just of the skills and science that Jesse and Comrade Amanda had helped carry out under the leadership of the party in the party's elections in St. Pete, and to come here where National Director of Organization was here, Timurenga Salambao, where these incredible candidates were doing something that, just was exciting and uplifting the African population and showing, the ability of African people to govern, to have self-determination and to have power over their lives and what that meant. And it was exhilarating. And Jesse came here, jumped in, did what he was called on to do brilliantly, and at the same time continued to build for and carry out all the work that was needed to make this convention be what it had to be today. And of course, he had an amazing amazing team and committee and steering committee and all levels here to carry it out, and great commitment. But, just really has only been back in St. Pete for about 2 weeks or maybe even less. So, I just want to say, I can't say enough, but it is truly my great honor to, in the name of the African People's Solidarity Committee under the leadership of African People's Socialist Party, to appoint Jessie Neville as the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Uhuru, comrade, and unity through reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Penny Hess. I'm really humbled by your words, and I'm so grateful and honored to continue to have the opportunity to be the chair of this organization and to work under your leadership, Chairwoman Penny, which itself, exemplifies 45 years of principled struggle under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. And I love the party. I love the African People's Solidarity Committee. I love Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, Chairwoman Penny Hess, and every single veteran of the party and the African People's Solidarity Committee, Kitty, Janice, Secretary General Ali, Maureen, Stephanie, Lisa, just all the leaders. I know I'm forgetting people, but all of the veterans, and the stance that has been modeled for me since I first met you, Chairwoman Penny, when I was 19 years old. And that was an absolutely life-changing experience. So I'm so grateful for the opportunity to continue in this role, and so deeply want to salute the party and salute the chairman and salute African internationalism for giving us the ability to look at the world and actually make sense of it, and not just explain the world, but change the world, as the chairman says. And I'm sorry for rambling. I'm never really that good at this part. I'm a little speechless, but there's nothing I would rather do with my life. And I also want to salute Stephanie, who was the USM chair before me, and she taught me so much. So if there's any qualities of mine that people look to, you can probably thank Stephanie and, of course, Chairwoman Penny for that. And Stephanie taught me so much, and now does an amazing job as the manager of the Uhuru Furniture Store. And, and just, I don't know. I love the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Every single member of this organization, you're all amazing. I've been so moved by this whole convention. I mean, people sound like seasoned African internationalists that joined USM 2 days ago or something, just amazing comrades. So thank you, Chairwoman Penny Hess. Again, I can't say enough about the leadership of Chairwoman Penny. And I mean, I want to find more words to say it though, because it's every day. It's every day. It's, it's not just like a figurehead or something like that. It's daily struggle, daily leadership, daily summing up and strategizing and fighting for us to carry out, to deepen and internalize what it means to be, to commit national suicide and be under the leadership and be part of the African Revolution. So I just want to say that, and again, salute the chairman and deputy chair, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, for literally creating the template for white people to reconnect with our own humanity, and for, as the chairman said, for giving people the opportunity to rise up to the highest level of our own humanity. And without the party, we would have nothing. We would be absolutely hopeless. So thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you to all of the leaders of the African People's Socialist Party for bringing hope and the promise of socialism and peace to the world. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. And thank you, Chairwoman Penny Hess. Uhuru. I think I'm up next. So Uhuru. All right. Well, I am now up since I have been reappointed. if I hadn't been reappointed, somebody else would be doing this. But thank you, Chairwoman Penny, again, and thank you to the party and all of you comrades for your comments in the chat. Thank you so much. And now we're going to have an election. So, all right, why do I feel unprepared? Okay, here's a slideshow. Wonderful. So this is the democratic centralism of USM in action right now. We're about to vote in the rest of the leadership of the National Steering Committee. One thing that Chairwoman Penny just said, I just really want to echo, is that I did not do any of this alone. I have the honor of working with the most amazing team and comrades, and the steering committee of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement is like so amazing. And there are other people who are not in the steering committee who might as well be in the steering committee. And maybe after this election, they will be in the steering committee because they take so much leadership. And I'm going to talk about some of those comrades in a second. But this is the election. Now, normally we would all be in person, and we would have the opportunity to raise up our little voting cards and actually vote in the election for the National Steering Committee. But we can't do that. So what we're going to do is you're going to use the raise hand feature in the chat. And if you don't have the raise hand feature for whatever reason, you can also just put voting in favor in the chat, or voting against, although I highly doubt you're going to do that. But technically you can, in the chat. So you can only vote if you're a member. And if you're not a member, we know that. So, because we know who our members are, so we won't count your vote. But if you are not a member and you want to vote, go ahead and join. Go to uhurusolidarity.org/join and earn your voting credentials. So next slide. So these are the comrades who are up for re-election. And you might say that they've been campaigning for your vote for the last 2 days with their presentations at this convention. The first is Amanda Carlozzi. Whoops, not supposed to say last names, but okay. Amanda, who is our vice chair and treasurer. And Amanda is, okay, some people can't raise their hands. So if you can't raise your hand for whatever reason, put it in the chat when we're ready to take the vote. So Amanda is the vice chair and treasurer. And, being the treasurer of USM is not like being the treasurer of some other organization, because it's not just about like, okay, I balanced the books or whatever. It's about really fighting for reparations, fighting for material solidarity. All the money that we raise, go back a slide, all the money that we raise is towards the work of the African Revolution and reparations. So being the treasurer is that's why I laughed when Amanda told me she found the prospect of being the treasurer relaxing, because it can be the most stressful job in the National Steering Committee. But Amanda takes it on with aplomb, as they say, with great poise and confidence, and also carries out the role of the vice chair, leading up so much of the major campaigns and work of USM in an amazing, winning, mobilizing way. And Amanda actually led the committee to build this convention. So you're looking at Amanda's work when you look at this convention over the last 2 days. So I'm voting for Amanda, and I think you should too. Allie is running for re-election as the membership chair. And Allie, is just a powerhouse of an organizer, not only as a regional organizer, who has now in 3 different regions, first in Boston, then in St. Pete, and then now in Oakland, has just shown what it looks like to be a serious revolutionary evangelist for the party, as the chairman says, and a real organizer, and also brings so much to building the membership of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And you saw Allie's amazing panel earlier with the incredible membership office that she has built. So I feel confident that we will surpass 1,000 members of USM with Allie at the helm of our membership office. I'm voting for Allie, and I think you should as well. And last but not least, Monica, who heads up the Birthdays for Reparations campaign, which increased its reparations raised by 45% from the last year. do I need to say anything else? And, honestly, I have to say that Monica has a really intense work schedule and also is on a totally different time zone from me. So I don't even get to talk to Monica that often as I would like to. And we don't get to meet as often as we would like to go over the work that Monica is doing. We do meet, and Monica does come to the meetings and report. But the point I'm trying to make is that Monica leads this Birthdays for Reparations Committee with a minimal amount of leadership in some ways from myself. I mean, I know Amanda definitely works with them, but Monica brings a lot of initiative to this, is the point I'm trying to make. And is a self-starter, is self-motivated. And even if there's no time on the agenda for a report from the Birthdays for Reparations, I'm not worried about it because I know Monica's going to send in that report and I'm going to read it and it's going to be amazing. So this comrade deserves your vote. And now, next slide. I'm really excited about this. Okay, you may have noticed some people whose names were not on that last slide. I want to say something about that. Kyle, who is just an absolutely brilliant, talented African internationalist propagandist, will not be resuming in the role of our info ed coordinator. He will, of course, be one of our primary, content producers, and will still work with all of the campaigns of USM. I mean, Kyle does it all, whether it's USM, Black Power Blueprint, Reparations Legacy Project, anything the party needs, Kyle is there. So he won't be taking on the coordinator role, but we do have a really exciting nomination for that role. And also Hallie Murray, who has been an amazing part of the National Steering Committee for years, just an absolute pillar of USM in so many ways, will not be continuing her role in USM, not because of any negative reason, but because of a positive reason. Hallie has done such a good job that she recruited herself out of that role by building the region to such an extent that we actually have a new person ready to take on the USM Northern Regional role so that Hallie can focus on the APSC cadre level regional leadership and building the Uhuru Planet institution. So that is the only reason why Hallie is not up for re-election on this slate, because Hallie has basically done such an amazing job and built the capacity for USM to have a separate regional coordinator that would work under Hallie's leadership in APSC. So all of that is to say, these are our new nominations. I want to start with Sarah in Minneapolis, just a new comrade recruited through the March for Reparations in Minneapolis, and dynamic, enthusiastic, professional. Sarah worked with me on consolidating the program for this convention, so getting in touch with speakers. Sarah is an amazing writer and just a passionate advocate and champion for the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And Sarah has enthusiastically united with our nomination to take on the role of project director, which is another way of saying the national secretary, which is another way of saying almost like, a vice chair or secretary general. We have a vice chair, but somebody who is a secondary leader who really helps to push it forward, who really helps to hold it accountable. And Sarah is ready to do that. Jackson is on board with the nomination to be the social media coordinator. The social media promotions for this convention, were really powerful. And that was largely thanks to the fact that Jackson volunteered to take that over. This is a comrade whose unity, whose love for the party, whose loyalty to the African Revolution is unquestioned. I mean, Jackson has been putting in, real work for reparations for years now, whether in San Diego, whether in St. Pete. Jackson has always carried out a great stance in fighting for white solidarity with Black power. So we're really excited to have Jackson on board as the nomination for the social media coordinator. And then Mara in Boston, or in Cambridge, information and education coordinator. So this would be the whole question of, and I'm getting a text from Mara right now. And Mara would be taking on Info Ed, which is all about the production, the war of ideas, videos, graphics, articles, and really holding that accountable. and political education for the white population on the theory of African internationalism. And of course, Mara is also going to be leading up the Reparations Brewers campaign. So this comrade wears many hats and, is just a very organized force and very, very strong and honestly brought so much, was the backbone of building this convention. So Uhuru, Mara, and finally, last but not least, the one and only Comrade Len in the North, the new Northern Regional Coordinator, also coordinating the Donor Outreach Committee. And this is a comrade who just right from the beginning was willing and able to do anything that the party and APSC and USM asked him to do, whether it was coordinating committees, whether it was getting out on the street and doing a press conference, whether it was selling the burning spear, whether it was building a local event and meeting, whether it was whatever, anything. Len was willing to do it. And just a dynamic and powerful and winning and mobilizing person. Like if somebody meets the Uhuru Solidarity Movement through Len, I'm glad, because I know they had a really good first impression of our organization. So Len is ready to step up and take on coordinating the Northern region. And before I move on, I do want to recognize Marissa in Portland, who had been playing the role of the social media coordinator and will not be continuing in that role, but we really want to appreciate Marissa for continuing to be a member of the social media team and producing graphics that were used to promote this convention, and who just brings a lot of unity and enthusiasm to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and we really appreciate that, comrade, as well. So, so these are the new nominees, and if you go to the next slide, we have some open positions. So if you have some nominations that you would like to submit, and also Len is a great contributor to the Spear staff. Yeah, there's so many things that these comrades do that I'm leaving out. So thank you for reminding me of that as well. So we have some open positions. So Amanda is the USM Vice Chair and National Treasurer, and also the interim regional coordinator for the Southern region. So we do need somebody to take over being the USM coordinator for the Southern region. Chairwoman Penny Hess is the interim coordinator for the Midwest region. So we certainly need someone to step up and fill the role of regional coordinator for the Midwest. And Allie is the Western regional coordinator for USM. And Allie is also the APSC Western regional coordinator. The APSC role is not interim, and sorry for the typo on interim. Allie is not an interim APSC. That is her role in APSC, which is why we ultimately need somebody else to take that role on for USM that would work under Allie's leadership. We also are looking to recruit an outreach coordinator, a political action coordinator, and the Reparations Challenge campaign coordinator. You can place names of any nominees in the Zoom chat, or if you want to, and you can nominate yourself, by the way. If you're thinking, man, I think this convention has inspired me to step up and take on one of these roles and be part of building this organization on a new level, put your name in the chat and what role you're interested in, or email info@uhurusolidarity.org. And Amanda will let me know if we get any emails at that email address. And you don't have to have any experience, by the way. All you need is unity with reparations and the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and to be a member of USM. And next slide. So what does it mean to be a regional coordinator? What it means is you're responsible for the plan to build USM branches throughout your designated region, that you would lead bi-weekly regional meetings. In addition to meetings of the executive committee, we would work with you to build a regional committee, and you would hold the regional work accountable through calling for reports from committee members, building a plan of action, setting the goals and strategy for recruitment, fundraising, outreach, events, political actions, and other activities. And ideally, it would mean that you hit the road and travel throughout the region and help, organize branches, hold events, and carry out our campaigns in the region. And regional coordinators are key to our strategy of building branches and building the regional strategy. Next slide. Outreach coordinator job description is responsible for developing a national outreach plan of action for USM, defining how USM will widely reach the white community, especially through monthly and weekly, where possible, tabling. So this person would hold accountable our tabling campaigns and help, hold that, make that real and make that organized and centralized. And Also would coordinate the best use of various forms of outreach throughout USM to meet the goals of the National Outreach Plan, like phone banking, tabling, postering, emailing, texting, social media, drops, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this person would work closely with our InfoEd chair to develop all forms of outreach, including leaflets, burning spear articles, media, radio shows, the USM website, and more. Next slide. And the political action chair would be responsible for developing the plan of political action. So that would especially focus on the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaign. We're going to have this petition campaign coming up. This person would oversee a calendar of regular political activity for USM and coordinate political actions like community meetings, press conferences, protests, forums, marches, demonstrations, and other events. So I'm just going to take a minute here. Next slide. Oh, sorry, I forgot about this one. Okay, and the Reparations Challenge Coordinator is responsible for creating and implementing a plan of action to promote this campaign to win white people to host creative personal fundraisers for the work of the Black Power Blueprint and the African People's Socialist Party. So if you are into really working with people, sponsoring people that are getting involved for the first time, building fundraisers, training people, and really helping to spark creativity from our members about how to raise reparations, then you might be the perfect person to be the Reparations Challenge Coordinator. Next slide. So our slate is myself as the national chair, Amanda as the vice chair and treasurer. And while I'm saying this, by the way, if there are any new nominations, please put them in the chat. You can nominate yourself or another person. If you nominate another person, they have to accept the nomination before we can vote them in, obviously. And you can also nominate yourself. So while I'm going through the slate, if there are any nominations, let us know. If there aren't any, then we will move forward with the vote. And the way the vote works is that you vote for or against the entire slate. So you don't vote for one person, you vote for the whole slate, or you vote against the whole slate. So the slate is as such: myself as the national chair, which is appointed, and we just went over that, Amanda as the vice chair and treasurer, Allie as the membership chair, Sarah as the project director, Mara as the InfoEd coordinator, Jackson as the social media coordinator, Monica as the Birthday for Reparations coordinator, and Len as the Northern Regional coordinator, plus any new nominations. Have we received any? Okay. So, all right, comrades. Well, I'm just going to take a minute to say that before. So if your hands, okay, don't put your hands up yet. We haven't taken a vote yet. So we're about ready to vote. We just want to give it another minute to see if there's anybody that wants to make a nomination. And by the way, if you are interested in one of these roles, but you're not ready to actually step up right now, you want to talk to us about it, just email us at info@uhurusolidarity.org, because we can have a discussion with you about taking on one of these roles in the future and have more of a one-on-one discussion with you. So if there's nothing else, I would like to proceed with the election. And at this time, if you would like to vote in favor of this, if you'd like to vote against this slate, please raise your hand or put that in the chat. So Ron, I'm going to go ahead and lower your hand because it was already raised before I said that. Okay. So if anybody would like to vote against it, and if you would like to vote in favor of this National Steering Committee to lead the work of USM from now until the next convention, you can either raise your hand or put voting in favor in the chat. All right. The votes are starting to flood in. And go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so this is you all right now. This is what we would look like if we were in person. And Mara is voting in favor. She can't open the chat box because she's engineering. So, comrades, I am very excited to announce that this vote has been unanimous. Uhuru, unity through reparations, and salute And congratulations to the amazing new National Steering Committee of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. We are winning. Uhuru.
Winning. Uhuru. This is fantastic. What an incredible slate of comrades. Wow. So excited to go forward in this next year and winning reparations to African people. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Chair Jesse. Uhuru to all the recently elected members of the National Steering Committee of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Uhuru to this entire convention. Really just an incredible day that it has been here. I do want to call now. I want to break with the agenda without causing too much fear and trepidation. And I want to call on now Comrade Hallie Murray for a special intervention.
Uhuru. So it's not on the agenda, but can you guys hear me okay? Sound good? Okay, so we just, Chair Jesse, we just wanted to salute you for leading the National Steering Committee. We wanted to, I was like, what cool thing can we make, Jesse? And, you know, some of us got together and it's not officially made, but here's my mock-up. We wanted to make you a mug to drink your decaf coffee that says, Tears of the White Ruling Class with the logo, the Make Wall Street for Reparations logo on the back, so that every day when you wake up and start your POAs for the day and do your millions of emails, you can sip on revolution and just, you know, we just thought you might appreciate that. And just again, want to salute, you know, I've learned so much from you in this process. I can't believe I'm leaving the steering committee, but like, I'm still going to be, you know, active. But yeah, we just wanted to present you with this give back, and we'll be getting this made soon and probably as a product for Uhuru Planet. So here you go, comrade. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you. Wow, that was very unexpected. Thank you so much, comrades. I look forward to drinking the tears of the white ruling class as they're getting their asses kicked by the African Revolution. And yes, I will drink my decaf coffee or tea from that. And anybody else out there who's struggling with caffeine addiction, I'm here to tell you, you can get through it. If I can get through it, you can get through it. Thank you, comrades. I really appreciate that. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chair Jesse, you're such a role model in so many ways. Please drink those tears of the white ruling class for all of us, comrade. We are winning. So I want to call now. I think first I'm going to call back Chair Jesse Neville for closing remarks of this amazing national convention.
Uhuru, Jamie, I'll make this really quick. I know I definitely want to hear Chairwoman Penny and Chairman Omali Shatella any closing remarks, but I just wanted to thank everybody and thank the party. I mean, the presence of the African People's Socialist Party in this convention has been so powerful. It's been amazing. I mean, I can't wait to be able to do this in person. This was an amazing experience and an amazing leap forward for the strategy of the party. And I just wanted to let people know that there will be a mass meeting of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement called Justice for Dante Wright, No More Genocide in Our Name. This upcoming Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. You can register at tinyurl.com/reparations for Dante Wright, DAUNTEWRIGHT, and come to that meeting and learn how you can take action right now to build reparations and solidarity with the African resistance in Minneapolis and beyond, and solidarity with Black community control of the police. And I also wanted to thank the committee that built this convention, all of the people who worked very hard to make this convention a success, including Amanda, who chaired the committee that met every Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. And Amanda would often come in from a 12-hour shift as a nurse at the hospital and bleary-eyed jump into chairing that meeting and still do it with such gusto and leadership. So I really salute Amanda, as well as Mara, the backbone of the committee, Paul, who did so much amazing outreach, Hallie, Allie, Jackson, Alana, Jamie, Len, Amy, Declan, Kyle, Sarah, Henry, Maggie, Nick, Marissa, Mads, Josh, Juniper, and Sarah, who all played a role in building this convention, and many other people, Johan, if I didn't mention, and so many other people who played an integral role in making this convention the success that it was. So I salute you. I salute the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, and the African Revolution is winning, and we are going to make Wall Street pay reparations and build unity through reparations now. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Chair Jesse. And just a quick note, if you or maybe someone else on the convention team could put in the chat how we can be part of that mass meeting around reparations for Dante Wright, because I know I didn't get down the date or the website, so I think that would be helpful. Thank you so much. And now I would like to call back to the stage Chairwoman Penny Hess for any closing remarks.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Jamie, and Uhuru, everyone. I will just be very brief. This has been so profound and so moving to see not just words, but to see so many new, young, vibrant leaders coming to the forefront in this movement, answering the call of the African Revolution to go into the white community and win white people to jump off that pedestal and pay reparations and stand in genuine solidarity with the liberation of Africa and African people. And I mean, it's been so moving. I'm just humbled. I'm truly humbled. This is just powerful. And I just feel that every year, of course, we always have a magnificent Uhuru Solidarity Movement convention, but this has been a turning point in that we can see the party's strategy of organization and the deepening of what is being called for with the regional strategy is for new levels of responsibility to be taken. And I salute the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, of this party deputy chair, and all just the brilliance in this past year, in this year of the COVID, and then the uprisings and the party creating the People's War, and just making this a victory. It's, just the brilliance, the election, the Black Power blueprint, the brilliance of the African Revolution, and the honor it is to be connected to it and to see what life it gives us to, finally be able to negate our relationship to imperialism, of what colonialism expects of us, to jump off that pedestal, to end our self-imposed isolation, and to join the living, to join this incredibly dynamic, vibrant leadership of the African working class all around the world, who's going to be free, who's just taking on, as the chairman says, the ambitious challenge to govern, to win, and to become the next ruling class of the world. This is the world that we want to see, and all of you emulated that in a beautiful and a profound way. And I thank you. Thank you so much. And again, my deepest love and salute, and just to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, to Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, and all the members of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny Hess. And now it is my profound honor to bring to the stage for closing remarks to close this convention, Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Jamie. The first thing I'd really like to do is to say that although you've seen me and Comrade Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, and there are some other leaders of the party that played some role in this conference, in this convention. The fact is that the entire party leadership is quite appreciative of this convention and think it was just an extraordinary event that has occurred. And the leadership of the party is international, and it includes those persons who have been elected to leading posts, but also the leadership of the party also forces who are cadre who may not have elected positions. So I wanted to just say that the entire leadership of the party and the members of the party are quite aware of the significance of this convention and the incredible work that has occurred here. And I also want to say that I have to express real appreciation to the African People's Solidarity Committee. That is the leader of the solidarity work that was initiated by the African People's Socialist Party. It has been incredible to see what the African People's Solidarity Committee cadre have created in a relatively short period of time in terms of building this really powerful and really impressive kind of organization in the form of USM. It was a while time when some people assumed that there was something wrong with the fact that the Uhuru Solidarity Movement was this growing, increasingly rapidly growing entity. And some even expressed a fear that there'll be a situation of a tail wagging the dog, that the mass movement would begin to eclipse the significance of the African People's Solidarity Committee. But that's impossible. That cannot happen. And what we've seen instead is that the cadre that's been developed and being developed every day in the African People's Solidarity Committee has assumed the responsibility to do what cadre do, and that is to lead and to lead committees, to assume responsibility to develop leaders and things like that. That's what was so magnificent about everything that's happened on today, and that's the significance of the development of the African people, of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement itself. It was the APSC that made this happen. I want to say that that the party, the African People's Socialist Party, appreciates the significance of this convention in part because it is the clearest manifestation of the correctness of the political line of the African People's Socialist Party, of the theory of African internationalism, of how this articulates itself practically. It is testimony to the significance of the strategy, the tactics and strategy developed by the party to forward this revolution. It continues to help us to understand that revolution is a process, it's not an event. And this process began almost 50 years ago that is responsible for your presence being here today. And it's responsible for more than that. Because the fact is that the Black Revolution of the 60s was defeated. And it wasn't just defeated in the United States, it was crushed, people assassinated, so many people thrown in prison and then back into severe destitution as a consequence of the defeat of that revolution. But the thing that has helped keep this revolution alive is because the African People's Socialist Party, even in the height of the offensive that was made against us, or the counteroffensive by the U.S. government and the imperialist forces, we opened up a new front, a new revolutionary front that was unnoticed and in some ways unrecognized. And that was in the form of creating the Solidarity Movement. And the Solidarity Movement proved to be powerfully significant. And it became a way that I could actually transfer much of the training and that had come from the years of building the party, of experience of the revolutionary movement in general. It also was something that contributed to the inability of the imperialists, of the capitalists to isolate, to encircle us and to destroy us. And at the very moment that they would assume that they had encircled the revolution, we were able to attack them, to break the encirclement through the advent of the African People Solidarity Committee, and then the Solidarity Movement overall, and the new fronts that we open up that has made it impossible for them to encircle this movement. And that's been a very powerful kind of thing to have occurred. So I wanted to say that I think is important because we are talking about revolution. We're talking about harnessing the tremendous amount of expertise and the desire for freedom that most of us have. And many people around the world have this and have no means by which to express that. And we've offered them an opportunity and various opportunities through so many different doors. And we've offered them a philosophy so that they can break with this tradition of reaction that has characterized the world more or less for the last 500 or 600 years. That's what this means today. That's what your presence here means as well. So I think it's important to say that this convention represents for us a real practical example or application of our theory. It represents a brilliant application, implementation of the strategy, the regional strategy that we've talked about. And it's not just the concept. We see that it's more than a concept in the form of the cadre. And of course, when we talk about cadre, I have to talk about, people who are participating in this Congress, in this convention. And then, of course, the cadre that's made manifest by Comrade Deputy Chair Zanae Shatella, whose work is made manifest by so much of what has happened in this convention and other means through which the party articulates itself out in the world, organizationally and otherwise. I wanted to be able to say that, and also that Comrade Jesse Neville was the exact right choice for maintaining the leadership of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And if there's no other way that we would know that, it would be because of the incredible brilliance that we see made manifest in the leadership of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And when I say the leadership of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, I'm talking in part about those persons who hold leadership roles, who've been elected to leadership, but I'm talking about more than that. I'm talking about people who have exercised leadership in your local communities and as part of the work of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement itself. The emergence of cadre, the emergence of those forces who will be going into, many of you will be going into the African People Solidarity Committee itself to bring that talent and that leadership and that seasoning that you are gaining in the process of what it is that you're doing now. Everything that you're doing, we see it and we really respect it and really want to let you know that. I want to say that we see in the African People Solidarity Committee, when we talk about things like colonialism versus racism, it is the difference in philosophical idealism versus philosophical materialists. We are materialists, and we have to say that we are materialists. And by idealism, we mean philosophically, this assumption that what we see is due to the creation of some mysterious force, or that the spiritual is primary to the material world. And that's what idealism is. That's what racism is. The whole thing of racism, we're fighting against this concept, this idea, racism, that the problems that we're having, not due to material basis in the world, but due to this spiritual thing, this thing that's out there in the brains of people and not even, doesn't even effectively represent a product of the brain, that somehow even this mind is separate from the material entity that is the brain. As this concept of fighting against racism, we are materialists, and we say colonialism. This is the material world that we engage in the struggle, and this is what is represented by the relationship that we have with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the African People's Solidarity Committee, and the African People's Socialist Party itself. That you represent a solidarity front of the African People's Socialist Party. This is just an extraordinary thing that I don't think anybody anticipated or could have imagined several years ago, that we would be able to extend the African Revolution into the communities of the colonizer, that the colonizers would be given an opportunity to jump on board of the forward motion of history, to join the revolutionary project. And I know that I've said a lot and talked much longer than I had anticipated talking, but I think it's really to say that your significance may be even greater than what some of you are experiencing, that you are an instrument of the African Revolution under the leadership of its advanced attachment, the African People's Socialist Party. That is significant. You've seen and heard from people during this convention, from members of our party who, not only in Africa, but you've seen the videos and you've heard testimony and discussion from African people who in places like North St. Louis and in other places where we live. You've seen the difficulties that the African colonized endure on a daily basis. And that should help you to understand the significance of this work that you do, the strategical significance of the work that you do, where the streets are paved and where there is some relative calm and peace, except for that which is a consequence of the crisis of imperialism is being experienced in some other ways. But you've seen what people in Congo and what people on the continent of Africa, and generally speaking, and in the colonies of the African communities inside the United States have to endure. And what a great leap it is for people to move beyond this assault on our existence on a daily basis, to be able to overcome that, to achieve the long view necessary to anticipate making revolution, to be able to be in a situation where every moment of existence is not a moment of survival, only immediate survival. And so this is the party, and this is the party that's been tested, being developed, and whose theory and politic are being developed as a part of the process of dealing with the real material existence of colonialism in our lives. And I just wanted to say that your work is extremely important, and I want you to understand that work as a part of advancing the African Revolution, which means really advancing the struggle to destroy colonial capitalism, because truly the road to socialism is painted black, and each of you have picked up paintbrushes and have been involved in coloring that road to socialism and taking it all the way into communities where it has been unexpected. So thank you so much, comrades. Thank you, Comrade Jesse. Thank you, Comrade Penny Hess. Thank all of you, comrades from the African People's Solidarity Committee. Thank you, the leaders, those of you who've just become the new leadership of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Thank you, all of those comrades in 148 different cities and growing who participate in taking this revolution to the colonizer and contributing to this process of defeating a foul social system that has undermined humanity for the last 600 years or so. We just want to say that victory is ours. Vanguard up. We are winning. Uhuru.
Vanguard up.
Vanguard up.
Uhuru. Guard up.
Uhuru. Uhuru, I salute this 2021 convention of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement.